Pattaya on the east coast of the Gulf of Thailand sets the stage for one of para badminton's major events. You join us here on semi-finals Saturday. We get ready to showcase the action on standing court 2 for the morning, but with the remaining quarter-finals left to play, our schedule begins with SU5 men's doubles, the quarter-final. The world #1 pair from India, one of the most consistent partnerships in the world, despite never winning an international over the last 2 years. But before we get going, let me introduce Katie Hall, former national head coach of Scotland and BWF tutor within the para badminton development. Katie, what's it like to be here this week? I want to ask in particular about that development because I was watching Max Sevilla Sosa from Mexico yesterday. He came through the BWF Aguitos project, starting from nothing back in 2017, and to see him here fighting for a place in the quarterfinals, for you that must mean so much.
Yeah, for sure. I met Max in 2017, and I think he was maybe 11 years old, first time he played para badminton, and to see him still continue to play and have such a passion for the sport, it excites me. And I get, I've seen him twice. I was in Brazil in January, in Brazil the year before, and to see his growth is really special. To see someone come in at a young age and stay with the sport, especially when I know he's quite a good athlete, does athletics as well and things, but he loves para badminton, and it's just great to see that the development work is making a difference as well, so it's great.
Well, we've got representation from all 5 of the continental federations this week, 52 different countries here, 5 debutante countries at the World Championships, Barbados, Brunei, Iran, Iraq and Azerbaijan. That in itself tells a big story.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of those countries have been part of the projects that we've done with BWF. I know just before COVID I was in Japan doing a workshop. We had representatives from Azerbaijan, Iraq, Iran at that workshop, and same in Dubai. We also had a couple of representatives there from those countries that are new here. So it shows that the work that we're doing is meaningful, and that people have passion for the sport and want to get to the top level. So it's humbling. It's great to be a part of it, and I'm very privileged to be a part of it.
Well, yeah, fantastic. Well, we've got 2 more familiar badminton nations in this one. We're starting things off this morning with SU5 men's doubles. So we've got 2 standing upper 5 men combining to make a doubles pair, both with impairments, as you can probably see on screen, to their upper limbs. Thailand versus India. The Indian pair, #1 in the world. They haven't actually won a title in that ranking stage of the last 2 years. I don't know if you've seen much of these 2 pairs, but the last time they met, 21-19 in the third in Thailand at the international last year. It's going to be a tight one. In fact, we've got brilliant and tight matches all day long.
Yeah, we get to this stage of the tournament, quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals. There's not going to be easy matches from now on. Everyone at this level is, the top of their game, and there's a reason they're getting to final stages, right? So I'm excited for this game. I got to commentate yesterday on Breatha's game from India, and he's got such good attack. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he uses that angle and the touch that he has and the power and his overheads in this match.
Yes, I think it's not on the ranking schedule for this period, but I'm pretty sure I watched these 2 pairs meet in the 2019 Worlds. It might have been towards the latter stages of the week. The Thai pair are great too. Moving the shuttle around, great in defense. It is going to be close. Like I said, 21-19 in the third last time they met. SU5 men's doubles, what can we expect? I mean, it's explosive, isn't it? It's great to watch.
It's great to watch. It's very explosive. It's probably the closest you'll get to see in terms of able-bodied badminton and in terms of movement and in terms of power and tactics. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of power, a lot of really good men's doubles. I'm excited.
Well, Baritha and Kumar, the Indian pair, at the top of your screen in yellow, as the Thais get us going here. I think they've called that out.
I think it was out. Oh, the umpires overruled it.
Indian coach not looking too happy. We're only in the first point of the match, but a tight line call. First blood to the ties.
Good attack from the Thai pair coming straight out of the match here. Really quick on that third shot, and it sets them up for it being very attacking.
Well, there's that angle from Baritha.
I saw that a lot yesterday. Very good angles.
I wonder how much playing at home is going to help them. I mean, that was their last match. Their only match in the head-to-head was in Thailand as well. The Thais came out on top.
I think there's definitely something to a bit of home advantage, even just knowing that the majority of the people here, whether it's volunteers or the crowd, are going to be from your home nation. And even though, you know, line judges aren't going to sit and clap for their team on court, it's just nice to know that you're at home, and I think it does give you a bit of an advantage.
I think Thailand coaching staff getting a bit of a warning from the umpire about talking between or during the rallies.
I think for 6 points in the match, there's already been a little bit of drama. You can tell that what this means to them, and especially coming in with, like you say, a history of a 3-set match, a tight 3-set. Both pairs will have that in their mind as well.
Well, they're top of the rankings at the moment, the Indians, but looking at the field and the pairs that are still in, I can't see past the Indonesians this week. The Malaysian pair with Chiele Ku and his partner are strong, but Hafiz and Diva Amramusti, I don't think I've seen them lose.
Yeah.
It's frightening. They're just so good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the Indonesian pair are definitely the pair that are most likely going to take this title this weekend, but I do like an upset, so we'll see and come out on top.
Just getting back to that home advantage thing, what was it for you when you played? Because I never mind traveling, I really enjoy it, but there is something to be said about the fact you don't have jet lag, you're used to the food, the conditions, the weather, all of that stuff.
Yeah, no, it definitely. I think playing a lot in Europe kind of helped because there's very similar conditions for us. I think for me as a player, I like just a bit of home comfort when I was playing and traveling. You know, there's all that extra thing about, you know, you're not at home, you don't have your own bed as well. There's a lot of extra that plays into it that can unsettle you for a tournament. But definitely having the home crowd and having, you know, your family close by in a lot of tournaments. I know my brother appreciates, and my parents go to watch, and they kind of follow him through Europe, Commonwealth Games and things, and it does help knowing you've got family and you've got friends close by. But yeah, the jet lag's something that can really play into it, and if you don't have enough time to go over it, then some players struggle.
Well, and if you're playing at home, you don't have any danger of losing your luggage, Katie. Which
no.
You've been a bit unlucky with over the last few months, I keep noticing on your social media.
Yeah, my poor bag twice has gone missing. 2 times I've used this particular bag, and both times it's gone missing, so I might need to go in the bin, unfortunately.
But it's tough for players, isn't it? Because,
yep.
I mean, on the Pro Tour lately, there's been loads of examples of airports losing luggage and players are starting match. Kirsty Gilmore was at, might have been Denmark.
Oh, there's been quite a few
and
tournaments
she's playing with brand new shoes that,
yep.
you know, you've not broken in, somebody else's racket,
yep.
you know, kit from sponsors that may not fit properly. It's hard.
Yeah. I think the pro athletes, they're in a unique position where most of them do have sponsors. So for example, in that case, like Adam was the same. He's lost luggage, and luckily the tournaments he's been at have been sponsored by his sponsor, which means that he can get some kit, and he's borrowed kit from other players. But I think especially in para badminton, myself and Martin Rook, who's was commentating on the wheelchair badminton this morning. We were talking about how much more important it is for para athletes, especially wheelchair athletes. If your chair goes missing, you can't replace that. That's not a racket, that's not a pair of shoes, that's your...
My sports leg used to be in my luggage because I'm wearing my day leg. You know, if that goes missing...
You can't replace that,
That's
right?
impossible, right?
No.
It's so individual to you, so you're absolutely right. 11-7 at the break. The tie's off to a better start, a 4-point lead. Only 6 minutes of action. It's pretty fast and furious so far. But yeah, that is tough. That's the challenge with para. You've got to be so organised, and there's so much extra kit for a lot of athletes. Yeah,
you can be as organised as you want. If the airport loses your wheelchair or your leg or something that's really pertinent and personal to you, it can't be replaced, right? So it's just, there's that extra stress potentially, especially if you're traveling to a World Championships and you're from Europe or you're from, you know, the Pan American region, and you've got a long way to travel and you've got multiple flight changes, and you don't know if your chair's making it there, you don't know if your prosthetic's making it there. So it's a lot of extra, you know, you need to worry about, I think, coming to a para event.
Yeah, you see a lot of teams, players, coaches, staff coming out a little bit earlier for that reason. There's a bit more preparation. You need to get used to those conditions because not everybody in the hall, athletes included, have the ability to be in 100% health all the time, particularly the wheelchair players. There's often a lot of other sort of ailments that go with that, carrying that disability, and so conditioning is so important, and if you haven't got your kit, you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you?
That was a lovely return to serve from Taipei there.
Just simple, wasn't it? Push it down nice and early.
Took the serve so early.
Yeah. Good pickup. Indians looking pretty relaxed so far, despite this pressure. They're both in control, aren't they? They're not rushing.
Yeah, I don't see too many of the Indian players get too phased, to be honest. They always look quite calm and quite, no matter what situation they're in. There's obviously a bit of aggression, a bit of towards the end of the match they get a bit more not excited, but the energy's a bit higher when the adrenaline kicks in. But I always find at these stages of the match, even though it's tight and there's a World Championship semi-final medal generally on the table here, they still look very calm. Whereas the Thai pair have been shouting from the first point, have been very kind of animated on court.
Yeah, animated, vocal. Well, they're closing this lead down, 11-13. It's gone wide. Some series missed.
Took a bit of a wild swing at that there and just hit it quite a bit wide. This is good attack from the Indian pair. Putting a lot of pressure on the Thai defence.
Good cross drive, but Baritha was there.
Around the back.
Impressive racket skills on show in this one.
Good serve. Good change of serve there. He's served out wide. Taking him by surprise a little bit. The Thai pair needed that. They needed that mistake. They've lost 5 points in a row, and the attack from the Indians were just, it was maybe getting a little bit too much for them, but they needed that break.
Well, there's a couple of points not expecting to win, but it's 15 all. They get so much talk about Paris in the Paralympic Games this summer. This tournament being the last qualifier for it, the biggest qualifier, of course, in that race to Paris. But this event isn't going to the Games, so I almost feel like these guys are out there trying for pride, but it's the World Championships, you know.
Yeah.
World champions in men's doubles in your sport class is a huge thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge, and people forget a little bit about world champs, especially, you know, when we look at para badminton. Not all, unlike, you know, able-bodied, where all categories, all events, all disciplines are represented. In this, they're not all represented. So the next best thing after Paralympics is the World Championships, and they come along more often than the Paralympics do. And to be world champion, you know, if this event was in the Paralympics, you'd be seeing the same people in the quarterfinals, the same people in the semi-finals, and the same people in the finals. So it's almost as good, but it's, you know, it's not quite that Paralympic medal.
Yeah. I think for some of these players, the Asian Games and Asian Championships would mean quite a lot, because you're restricted at the World Championships by the number you can have from each country, of course. Being the best in Asia, I think for some of them, especially the Asian Games, it feels like an Olympic Games to them, a multi-sport event. And Asian Para Games is becoming huge as well, isn't it?
I think most of para badminton has now been involved in quite a lot of the multi-sport para games, which is just great to see. It's so good, because it should be included, and as should badminton and all multi-sport events, because it's widely played. It's very difficult to say, widely played across the globe, both in para and in able-bodied. So it should be included, it should be showcased.
Yeah, and Europe did a terrific job at the European Para Games in Rotterdam in August. Might have been one of the best events I've been involved with, actually. It was done so well. And to see badminton up there with all the other sports as well was phenomenal. 2017, the Indians with 3 game points.
They've been attacking really well in this second half of this game.
Found the line. Great touch.
Yeah, and it's done.
Pressure was too much in the end. Baritha and Kumar through the opener. Second time of asking, 21-18. It's been a pretty good display from both, Katie, so far.
Yeah, very good display, and it's exactly what we thought we were going to get here. Lots of good fast rallies. The Indian pair have really upped their attacking game. We're seeing a lot of that good angle that I was talking about earlier from Baritha, and where the Thai player, I feel that they're rushing a little bit, and I think they're panicked. They know what's at stake here, right? And they know this pair, they've played them before. They know it's going to be a tough match. And I feel like they're taking bigger swings at things and rushing a lot and hitting more mistakes, more than the Indian pair have, because they just are a bit more, like we see, come back to this calm. Internally, they might be, you know, very excited and the adrenaline's rushing, but externally look really calm. And I think the Thai pair are just trying to rush too much.
That added pressure of playing at home, that's the one thing, isn't it? You get you can get too tense.
Yeah.
Weight of expectation and playing in front of your home support and team and crowd and all of that. You can see a bit of pressure on their faces.
I think if I mean, this has got all potential, like it did before, to go to 3 sets. And I think if the Thai pair come out, just relax into it a little bit, stop snatching so much at some of the shots, especially around their attack. So when they're defending quite well, but when they turn it to attack, we've seen quite a lot of like bigger swings at the net. They've been putting a lot into the net at the front of the court. And I think it's just that the grandeur of the position they're in is getting to them a little bit. So if they can relax into this game and start, you know, relaxing at the front and maybe just laying the shuttle off rather than taking big swings, and trying to put it on the floor, then they could take this set, get ahead.
Yeah, they look good in the mid-court for me. The Indian pair look nice when they're chipping net and getting that smash and following it in. I'd like to see a bit more from the Thais in the mid-court to try and get them away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, good attack. The angle from Baritha again, just setting Rajkumar at the front to take the next 2 shots out. Good smash. And that's in that mid-court area you wanted them to be a bit more aggressive in. And
yeah.
Just taking that really early and hit it across.
Across the body as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good angle.
Very difficult to get back if you're not ready. Let's return a serve.
Well, Rajkumar with the service fault. Racket head too high. Haven't seen a lot of activity from the service judges this week, if I'm honest. They've been pretty quiet in most cases.
It definitely looked like a fault, though. The way he hit it, how flat the serve was as well. You could see he was trying to do something a little bit different, but it just creeped into that fault area. Good smash. Set themselves up there with a really good return of serve. Wasn't the best serve from Rajkumar, but very good return. And it's one of the key things that you see in men's doubles especially, is those first 3 shots are so critical to how the rally is going to be set up, and a lot of players, a lot of practice goes into making sure that serve is as tight as it can be, the return of serves and the options to set yourself up. It's so important.
Yeah, trying not to give away that first lift.
Oh, good read.
Yeah, anticipated well, Baritha.
At the back. Lovely return to serve.
Yeah, that was nice. Really tied him up, didn't it? Straight back into the server's body.
And the Thai pair can, the Indian pair, their serves haven't been as tight as probably they would like, and I'd like to see the Thai pair do exactly what they did there and step forward and take the shuttle early off of return to serve and try and get it going down.
Yeah, well watched.
Don't know if he quite wanted to hit that far over into Rajkumar's forehand. Maybe he was aiming more for the middle of the court. Just hit it a bit too far onto his forehand. Good attack. Around the back.
Oh, it's just wide. The trick shots again from Baritha. Thought he'd made that for a second.
Yeah. Just missed it. If it had come off, it would have been great.
One of the biggest challenges, isn't it, SU5? Especially in doubles, that serve.
Yeah.
It must be so difficult to try and keep that serve going down when you're serving essentially with one hand.
Yeah. And there's so many kind of variations depending on how much you can use the disabled limb and whether you have use of the hand or not. And what, again, if you have, even if you have that elbow joint that you can balance the shuttle on, or the service is so important and it's so unique to every single player in the SU5 and how they hold the shuttle and how, if they serve with the same hand, it's very, very crucial. And it's such an important part of the game, right? It sets the rally up, it sets you up. It's the one thing you can control, really. Yes. And to have that extra, I suppose, you know, thing to think about as to how you're going to serve is a crucial part of the SU5 game.
Baritha not quite ready for that third shot. Thailand sneak in front, mid-game interval in the second. It's still pretty close, but the Indians were looking solid and still calm throughout most of that opening part to this second game.
Yeah, and they're just trying to get, you know, like they were doing in the first set, onto that attack, getting the Taipei in the back foot, but they've come back with really nice replies to some of the Indian attack, and they're both sets are reading the game a lot better than the first half. First game seemed to be, you know, very attack, defence, but now everyone's reading it a bit more and taking advantage and trying to step forward and cut the shuttle out a bit earlier. But I like the difference between the two. Like we say, the Indian pair are so calm. There's just nothing. You can't read them. And at the end of that the first half of this game there, the Thai pair, like, I think the umpire actually gave them into trouble for being too animated. You can see how much it means to them. Good return off serve.
Well, they're just relifting to Somsiri the whole time. I wonder if that's a tactic from the Indians. Allow him to attack.
Yeah, potentially. I think they both know that they've got a good defence, but you want to be moving them about the court, though. They just keep lifting it to the same area, and each lift is getting shorter and shorter. And the last point, he hit it wide, but that would have been a winner if he continued to keep lifting to him. They need to start driving through, I think, a bit more and getting on to the attack that they're really good at.
Yeah.
That's good.
Good, yeah, good cross drive, wasn't it?
It's exactly what they need to be doing if they want to be round the back.
It's come back. Rajkumar stopped.
That's exactly what I was just saying. When the Thai players are attacking at them, they should be trying to drive the shuttle through, change the angle, and get back on the attack, because they're very good at attacking. But if they're just going to lift back up the Thai pair, they're eventually going to break through. They've made quite a few errors on their mid-court and their defence. That the Thai pair are going to break through that. So they need to change the game up.
It's a good serve.
Really nice soft net shot there. I think he saw the gap. Instead of lifting it back up, he just changed the pace, and Rajkumar just wasn't ready. He was expecting the lift.
Yeah, I think Baritha walked off the net as well, though, after Raj's drop shot. Still holding this lead. 4 points and 4 points for a place in the semi-finals.
Good smash down the middle.
So important in doubles, isn't it? Across all forms of badminton. In doubles, that use of the middle.
Yeah.
closes down all the angles, causes that confusion as well.
And if you can hit a good angle and you can hit a space where you're going to, especially when you've got a left-handed player and a right-handed player, right? Because if they're both on their forehand sides or they're both back, they don't, if you can hit it right at the right time, it can be a winner straight away, just exactly like we saw.
Oh, he could have taken that. I think he left it to drop in. That was a big point at this stage of the match.
Too high on that serve.
Good drive, bit of extra pace.
That was nice. Bertha just stepping forward, again reading the game a little bit, stepping forward, turning the shuttle on that mid-court.
Well, there's been something of a fight back, but it's match point to Kumar and Baritha. First time of asking as well, the just soft layoff into the net. They had lots of intensity, the Thai pair, but they just didn't quite have the tactics right today.
No, and just a lot didn't come off for them. An example of that last point there, both of them went for that shot at the net, and just the confusion, and I feel like they made a lot of, or quite a few kind of errors and mistakes, especially around that sort of mid-court and attack, where they were just maybe trying too much and trying to force it too much rather than place the shuttle. And where we saw their winners when they did that shot down the middle was lovely. They had good couple of winners when they thought about where they were hitting the shuttle rather than just swinging and trying to hit it hard, which is where I feel they made most of their mistakes.
Well, the current world #1 pair guarantee themselves a medal. They're into the semi-finals. Baritha and Kumar will go on to face the winners of either Lee and Shi or Fang and Pu, who face off shortly, I think, in the other men's doubles quarter-final. So that will set up a semi-final, which will be played later today at some stage.
Yeah, later today.
Once that's been scheduled.
That would be a good match. I would be in favour of the Malaysians, I think, for that one, for sure. But I think, at this stage, like I say, all of the games are going to be good at this stage. You don't get to world quarterfinals, world semi-finals without being a top-level player. So all of the matches are going to be brilliant today.
Well, just a quick note, if you're tuning in for women's doubles SH6, there's been a walkover. Yasmina Issa from Egypt with injury, and her partner, JC Simon from the USA, have withdrawn. So that quarter-final result goes to Juliana Poveda-Flores and Ruby Fernandez, who move on to the semi-finals in the women's doubles. That's SH6. We are just working out whether we'll have a replacement match coming onto court 2. And I think we will, Katie. Well, it's not a replacement match, it's simply the match has been moved up the schedule from 3 to 2, followed by, is the order today. So we've got Bartłomiej Mroz from Poland and his partner Tae Wei Ming from Singapore. You can see in the black t-shirts there on the left. Are playing against, for me, the best men's doubles pair in the world right now, despite the rankings, Diva Amrimusti and Hafiz. Well, this is a mouthful for me. Prawanira. How did I do?
Just gonna nod my head, yeah.
Very accomplished pair, very good in their own disciplines in singles as well. And the closest thing I've seen in para-badminton to able-bodied performances comes from these two Indonesians on the left of your screen. It's going to be tough today for Bart and Tay.
Yeah, very tough. This Indonesian pair are just phenomenal. They're such a good doubles pair, like you say, both very accomplished in singles as well, excellent badminton players, and we can't write off Bart and Tay, who've been around. We were just talking about this before the matches. I mean, both of these players have been involved in para badminton, reaching quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals in singles and doubles for many years now, and both have a lot of experience at playing at this level at this stage of the tournament. So I'm hoping that they can go out and just give a really good account of themselves and bring it to the Indonesian pair today.
I can see a little bit of showboating from the Indonesians. Their defence is too good. They're so good in the mid-court. Hafiz in particular on the far side. He's brilliant off the body. And Amri Musti is one of the most consistent SU5s in the game. They don't mess about, these two. They played their home international in Indonesia. Otherwise, they haven't really bothered to show up because it's not a Paralympic event.
Yeah.
But when they do show up, they won the World Championships last time. They won the Indonesian twice in 2 years, and they've won the Asian Para Games, and that's all they've played.
Yeah.
But to win them all, and reasonably comfortably, it's yeah. I mean, don't want to say too much too early and look foolish, but it's going to be tough for Bart and Tay for sure.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big ask for them to you know, really even get close to them, I think. But I hope they can go out and do something to scare them a couple of times. You know, give them, you know, stop that showboating, and I hope they can give a good account.
Well, the Indonesians at the bottom of your screen in the white shirts get us underway with the opening serve.
Bart just being a bit scared to lift there, I think.
An error from Amri Musi. They're not, you can tell they're not yet in top gear. It's very early on. I think they're just easing their way into this match.
I'm not sure. I'm hoping that, like I say, Bart and Tay can get them to a point where they have to play their top gear badminton, but I fear that they might not get to that point.
Hafiz trying something special. Confident start for Bart and Tay.
Yeah, it's a really nice push into that deep forehand corner. I don't think either of the Indonesians were ready for it, but I don't think, like we said, that they're probably not out of that kind of first gear yet, so still. Whereas the Tay and Bart are coming in thinking, playing against the best doubles pair in the world here, I've got absolutely nothing to lose, let's just go out and play really good badminton. Give a good showing of ourselves.
Doesn't have the biggest smash, Amri Musti. He's one of the most consistent singles players out there in SU5, Paralympic finalist.
It's not all about having a big smash, though. Sometimes he knows where to hit the shuttle, and he's got a very good placement, and he knows where tactically he's going to hit the shuttle. So if he can hit an effective half smash as a winner, it's sometimes better than just hitting for power.
Yeah, part of his disability is his racket arm, actually. A lot of the SU5s, it's their non-racket arm, isn't it?
Yep.
That has the disability. In Diva's case, on the right of your screen, he can't fully straighten that racket arm.
Yeah, and that's got to play into the amount of power that he can generate as well, which is why he has to be really, really skillful and think about where he's hitting the shuttle and make sure that his tactics are correct, because he's not going to be the most powerful on the scene.
Terrifically consistent he is, actually.
Yeah.
Such a great mover as well. Very hard to break down. One of the favourites for the singles event.
Yep.
Into the semi-finals as well later. Clever serve, that variation.
Bit of luck there, caught the tape.
Good defence.
He's so good from that mid-court, right?
Fantastic.
He just read that so quickly and took the shuttle so early, whereas a lot of players that would be a really effective shot that Tay played, but
yeah.
Hafs is just on it.
Yeah. He knew Diva would take that on the step out, and he had his racket ready, didn't he, to take out the cross drive. Effortless power, really strong wrist. I really like watching him play doubles.
Yeah. He just makes it look easy, right? Line judge called it in, and Indonesians thought it was out. Umpires keep giving it to keeping the line call as it is.
Opportunity for Tay to finish.
Yeah, a bit of confusion. Barted hit a really nice angled kind of fast drop rather than a smash, and then I think he expected to come forward and take the next one, and Tay kind of got in the way, and a bit of confusion there. A rare mid-court mistake there. Oh. Just a little bit too higher than he was expecting there. Expected just to cut it out quite easily.
Well, it's gone wide. Scoreline suggests it's reasonably close. I don't think, like we said earlier, the Indonesians are really into their top gear yet. But it's been a pretty calm, reasonably stable performance for Bart and Tay.
Yeah, definitely.
Well. They don't seem that phased, do they?
No. I think they understand the challenge that they have, right? And both of them are really geared up and are attacking quite quickly. They're not looking to give away that attack, and I think both of them you know, they want this kind of score line. They want to be bringing their A game to this pair and, you know, pushing them. And I don't think the Indonesian pair, one, are out of their first gear yet. Maybe they're in second gear now, but I don't think they were expecting this level of intensity quite quickly from Bart and Tame. We're probably expecting a little bit of an easier run in this first half. I can expect them to be stepping up in the second.
Oh, great net shot from Tae Wei Ming. Had to be that much quality. I think Diva was all over it otherwise.
Yeah,
well played.
Well played.
I like the way he laid off at the right time. He was just out of position, off balance. Chose the softer option.
But that dropped to the middle as well.
Yeah,
and
that one.
The Indonesians just confused as to who was getting it, and it just gave them an opportunity. Very smart play.
Good mid-court pressure again, going across the body of Tae Wei Ming.
So quick on the net. You can't be giving net shots that high off the serve, especially not with Hafsa at the front. He's just going to take it out.
Look at that.
Same. Like, he's so quick.
And his racket's always ready.
Yeah.
It's a great lesson for anybody just starting to play doubles or play badminton. It's getting that racket up ready, isn't it?
Especially after serve. Cut so much out. A good change from Bart there. Unlucky.
That is unfortunate. You're right, though. But he's playing well.
Playing really well.
Bart Moros.
Yeah. He's playing smart as well. I think he knows that they're not going to power through the Indonesians quite. You know, they're not going to power through them. They've got their defence is too good. They're too good on the mid-court. So you have to be a bit creative and you have to change up a little bit and play a little bit unconventional as to what they're probably used to at this.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be rude. He's a good friend of mine, but that isn't one of his strengths normally.
Yep.
He's all about the power, the mid-court, the drive, the smash.
Good smash.
And players like this will just use that to their advantage and turn the shuttle all day. So he is playing clever today. It's really good to see. Brilliant. Great court coverage from both of them. You can tell they've played together, can't you? I mean, they cover for each other so well, the Indonesians.
Even the way played.
Good pick up from Diva.
Good play. Well done, Tay, taking that shuttle out mid-court. I got slightly distracted by that rally, but I was going to say that, you know, what you were saying, both Bart and Tay have been around the scene for ages and have played doubles quite a lot together, actually, even though neither of them have a partner from their own country. So they opt to play together quite a lot. And you can see that in this game, that there's not so much confusion, whereas, you know, if they were if this was their first tournament together, then there would be a lot of hesitation to go for some of the shots. And, you know, we've seen it a couple of times where they've got in each other's way, but overall they actually move around each other quite effectively.
Yeah. I think the key difference for me watching it is where the Indonesians are looking to cut out that mid-court, whereas Bart and Tay are more looking to play soft, get a lift, and try and win with a building smash or a clean winner. Whereas these two, like that, they're looking to drive.
Yeah.
Put a bit of pace in the shuttle and look to cut the next one out.
But that's where Bart's playing so smart, because he knows he doesn't want to get into that with them, because he knows they won't beat them in it.
Absolutely.
So exactly what he did there. Again, a soft drop. Hafs is running in. He's scraping the shuttle up, opened up a massive gap down that right tram line, and Bart's hit it. Really smart play.
And he's got a big smash, Bart.
And it's good to see that he's not relying on that. He's being smart. He knows he can't beat these guys with just that. Out the back.
Yeah, they're in touching distance still.
Oh.
Expected that to come back, didn't he? That's
Yeah.
where Bart's instincts take over.
Yep.
Because Amri Musti he didn't need to lift it as much as he did, but he put it just where he knew Bart would have a go at it and got his racket up ready.
And that cross smash that Bart played straight onto his backhand, just lethal. Nice.
Great return.
Great return, and off of quite a good serve as well. Just take the pace of it into that space. Yeah, good.
Goes for that softer drop. Might have been the right option, but perhaps not. I think Amri Musti was pushing the net then.
Yeah.
But had to then play tighter than usual and made the error. Opening game 21-16 to the Indonesians. I was looking at the serves, Katie. That's the one advantage where you have got your disability in your racket arm. Your other hand you can use to serve, and you know, that's an advantage for Amri Musti in this type of game. Yeah,
because he can, where he can lift the shuttle up and hold it in front of his racket, and you know, he's got a great advantage just off that serve, because it's you know, non-disabled arm that's got control of the shuttle, so it is going to give him that advantage on his serve. I really like the way that Tay and Bart are playing this, and I'm so glad that the score is not, you know, if as we would, you know, predicted. If you were going to predict this game, you predict maybe 10 points max.
8 and 10, something like that.
And short rallies, you know, nothing too heavy on the Indonesians, but they're playing really smart. And I like even the last few rallies, although they lost, when Bart does hit hard and Tay gets a chance to just lay the shuttle off at the net, Tay's not always taking the chance to hit it hard back at the Indonesians. He's just laying it off at the net. He's getting the lift for Bart. Bart's then either going to play another drop shot into the middle, or he's gonna hit hard, and then Tay will lay it off again. And they're trying to get the players moving and not just hitting it to them, because they know they're not going to win any points that way. I think they're playing really well.
So 21-16, the opener. Hafiz back on serve, restarting the second. Oh, well, the shot looked nice.
Yeah.
Just
wide.
Missed. Yeah. The confidence to take that on after you've just missed one as well.
Yeah. Couple of errors from Bart. He's just rushing it a little bit. Yeah, nice. It's exactly what they need to be doing, right, is putting them on that back foot and then just coming in and playing that soft shot. They're either going to get a winner off of it exactly like they did there, or they're going to get another lift.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful.
That's that reverse
That's
slice
so
again.
nice.
But rooted to the spot, couldn't even move, expected the pace. Clever from Diva.
Yep.
That's the one. Gets the lift. What can they do with it?
Ah, it's too good, that defence.
Was that in?
Yep, clipped the line.
Incredible block from Hafiz.
But that's where they've lulled these pair into
Power.
Power. We're gonna give you short. We're gonna give you short. Expecting just I can turn the shuttle easy. They should have, one of those shots should have been a soft. Good pick up. Another one. That's in.
What a clever shot, the punch clear. And again, I think Bart left that in hope, or perhaps it just beat him. He was moving forwards.
He did a good bit of running about there, Bart, and picked up some shuttles, 2 shuttles, one at the front left and one in the rear backhand. I didn't expect him to get, so he's maybe, in the end, it was a bit of hope that was going out.
Yeah.
Really good return of serve. Just takes it so early and takes it really high and puts so much spin on it that can't do anything with it. Yeah, good change. Nice.
That
Really
variation,
good.
yep. Use of that punch clear. When they get that sort of opportunity, you expect the power.
Yeah.
And that's right, isn't it? But they have to build the rally first and move their opponents out of position. Find spaces, there we go.
Yeah,
And
good.
here we can hit power, if he wanted to.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But see how Deva, he moved in looking for Bart's drop shot. So when that punch clear came over Hafiz's head, Deva moved forward and looked for Bart's drop. And that he's expecting that now. So that's where Bart could have played a punch into the round the head corner.
It's cat and mouse, isn't it?
Oh, good return. Nice return of serve.
Fist pump from Roz. I think he feels he's really in this, you know.
I don't think he's wrong, to be fair. Like it's still quite a tight scoreline. I still think the Indonesians are going to win this game, but they're in the rallies and they're playing quite smart, and you got to believe you're in it, right? You can't be going on court thinking, oh, I'm going to lose this. You know, you've got to believe that you've got a chance of winning it, or else what's the point, right? Yeah,
Good angle. Steep from Bart Mraz.
Very good return of serve.
Yeah, it was.
Set them up perfectly for that smash winner.
Nice shot. Nice control from Amri Musti. Just cruising around, moving the shuttle into space.
Yeah, it's too good. Well,
11-6, 5 points to lead. I think there's been a couple of points where Bart and Tay have just sort of got a bit excited, snatched at the shuttle and made a little error where they must feel a bit frustrated because, like you say, they are very much in this second game.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of the last couple of points as well. They've got on each other's road a little bit, so they're both trying. You know, when you're only 5 points off of a first set and you're playing really well against the top men's pair in the world, you are going to start being, there is going to be that belief of we might take a set, we could, you know, we're bringing it to them. And like you say, they're both getting a bit tense now and snatching a little bit of things and, you know, getting in each other's way, which is given the Indonesians a couple of easy points.
Oh, very last second, just that change of angle, that strong wrist. It's so nice to watch sometimes. One shot does huge damage.
Rare defensive mistake there. I don't think Tay's smash was quite as hard as he was expecting.
He's put himself in a bit of trouble.
But he knows he can get out of it.
He does. Good coverage by his partner. Cross smash across the body of Hafiz from Bart. Clever.
Good change. Good change of angle there from Bart. Probably both players expect them just to keep hammering it down straight, but to go quite so wide as well, not down the middle, I don't think he was expecting it. Good defense.
Good.
Yeah, well played.
Tay Wei-Ming a bit slow in the mid-court to help his partner at one stage, but he got away with it.
Yeah.
And nice control. There's that little soft layoff, that little drop, that little net push, just to kill the rally and make them lift. It's working really well today for Tay, like you said, Katie. Good movement from Bart. He's working hard, isn't he?
Good rally. Oh, unlucky. Kind of feel that they deserve to win that one at some point, but again, just playing really smart, getting both Indonesians running forward, trying to pick up that layoff that Tay did, and
that's where Tay Wei-Ming for me lacks those doubles instincts.
Yeah.
He played a fast mid-court drive, didn't have his racket up ready to expect the obvious back, if you like.
Oh. And he knows, you know, as both Tay Wei-Ming and Bart Mirza are both predominantly singles players, so they know if they can get their racket ready in a doubles position to pick those shots up. If a drop comes in, if a clear, they're both very good, very accomplished singles players that they can pick those things up. It might be a bit scrappy, but they can pick it up. So they need to be more prepared in that mid-court.
Good cross block again, Hafiz. Such a good defense.
Oh.
Frustrating for Tay Wei-Ming.
Yeah. Just saw an opportunity, wanted to hit it hard when, again, that softer shot that he's been playing really well would have been effective there, but just snatched at it a little bit and put it into the middle of the net. Lovely return. That's wide.
A little bit ambitious, perhaps, from Hafiz.
Again, it just shows a bit of that doubles experience, or that doubles training probably there from Tane. And most, 9 times out of 10, an accomplished doubles player or someone that trains for doubles would have hit that with ease, and he's just snatched at it a little bit. It's not a shot he's used to playing so much in singles.
No, it was clever from Hafiz, wasn't it? Bart's net was almost like a singles player spinning net shot, and he just brushed it off. Anywhere to take, just don't let Bart hit the shuttle, then that's enough. That's good. Again, racket preparation for that third shot, looking for it, making it look easy. 19-12, closing in on a semi-final spot. So 8 match points. Amri Musi and his partner Hafiz. That's a nice early shot from Bart.
Very nice. Good turn of the shuttle as well.
Into the net from Tae Wei Ming. Couldn't find the defence. I think the scoreline is pretty fair, actually. I mean, they gave it their all, particularly in the first. I think a few little mistakes, a bit too keen in the second. A couple of errors flattered the Indonesians a little bit. They weren't in top gear, though, and it was still comfortable for them today.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think both Bart and Tae should be very happy and proud with how they played against them. I think they played smart. They weren't trying to outpower them. They tried to create gaps, and they did that successfully quite a lot. It's just those finishing moments that, as players that don't play doubles and don't play doubles together as often, they will probably only play doubles at tournaments. There's no prior training, there's none of that, so to come out and give a really good account of themselves. I mean, easily if the Indonesians were in top gear, playing like they would do in the final, which I expect, or at least the semi-final, because they're going to have a tough semi-final. We would expect that, that if they played the same way, then that scoreline would have been a lot less. But I think they should be very happy with how they played and how they kind of brought it to. I think the Indonesians a couple of times are a little bit scared, a little bit, on the back foot. So, they should be happy and proud of themselves.
Straight games win then for Diva Amri Musti and Hafiz. Thanks for sticking with us here. Semi-finals Saturday. We're still making our way through a few remaining quarter-finals here at the Badminton World Championships here in Pattaya, Thailand. I'm joined by Katie Hall for this morning's session. We've got women's doubles action coming up next. SL3 to SU5 doubles sees the largest possible combination of sport classes in the one event in Badminton to a maximum of 8 points. So an SU5 can play with an SL3, two SL4 players can play together and often are seen competing together, which showcases a range of upper and lower disabilities. We've got that on court here today on both sides, Katie. SU5, Li Tongtong from China, her partner, the SL3, Liu Yumei. And for the Indian teams, we've got Manisha Ramadas, the SU5, and Mandeep Kaur, the SL3. It's going to be a hard one to call. It was reasonably close last time. I saw you looking at the head-to-head the last time they met, what, 2 years ago, 18 months ago?
Yeah, 15 and 19 in favour of the Indian pair. And I think this will be quite close. It's been 2 years, roughly, since it's 18 months since they've seen each other in tournaments, and both pairs will have been working very hard for this moment. So I think this will be a very close match, and also a very tactical one. When you've got an SL3 and an SU5, obviously one of the players at SU5 on court has got better movement skills than the SL3 and better range of movement. So it'll be interesting to see some pairs, if they have a bit of a weaker SL3, tend to play a bit more of a mixed doubles style, especially within kind of ladies doubles. But all four of these players are technically quite strong and can move. The SL3s are fairly good at moving, and
they're fairly good. I think we will still see that sort of mixed doubles kind of style.
We'll still see it, but I expect there will be a bit more of there will be a little bit more rotation, and there might be with if there were weaker SL3s, but it'll be a close game. I think this one interesting.
Yeah, I think so. Ramadas, the Indian, is the #1 in her singles discipline, SU5 at the moment. I wouldn't argue she's the strongest player in that class, but certainly with the highest ranking points. I was watching Liu Yumei play yesterday. I haven't seen a lot of her, but like you said, she's actually reasonably solid.
Yep.
Racket skills are there. She's got power. But again, Li Tongtong, a great mover around the court. She's been playing, I think I had to face her in mixed doubles back in 2015 in China.
Yep.
And it was a pretty difficult prospect.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to see this one, see how it pans out. Indians ranked 3 in the world currently. They will have played a lot more events. We haven't seen the Chinese players on tour as much since COVID, and until
the growth of the number of Chinese athletes playing across all Badminton events has increased quite a bit since Paralympic announcement, and now even more so now that there's more disciplines actually being played in the Paralympics. And I think we were expecting that to happen, and it has happened, and as we expected, they've come out and are getting to semi-finals, final stages.
Well, that's one of the challenges. The SL3, Liu Yumei, has to try and cover the net, but it's difficult when you've got a fast player like Ramadas returning serve, who can choose straight net or cross net to either tram line. An SL3 player is going to struggle to move sideways to pick it up. It is the challenge here when you've got that combination of the sport classes. Yeah,
especially a 3 serving to a 5 is exactly like you said. You're going to see there's so many gaps at the front of the net for that 5 to play into, and it doesn't need to be a particularly tight shot. It can just be block over the net. As long as it's out to the side, it's going to be more difficult for that 3 to get to.
Well, Ramadas there almost covering for her partner. That cross drive card didn't even move. Ramadas is playing 3 corners.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, what we expected. However, I would have expected Carr to be over the court a little bit more towards the middle with her racket up, looking to crouch defend that, which she did do a few points before, so it might just be that she wasn't ready for the speed. Good drop shot.
It is. Seems like the obvious return of serve. If you're going to flick serve the SU5,
yeah,
any straight drop, the SL3 is going to have to come over and try and cover.
Yeah.
Because if the SU5 on the other side comes over and cover, you've got a huge
massive
amount
gap.
of space to play out.
That's unlucky.
Oh, it's 2 misses for Mandeep Kaur.
I think both of them to the SU5, though. I think it's potentially a bit of fear there, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be nervous serving to some, you know, just block straight onto you.
Nice shot from Liu, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, just short.
Trying a bit too hard, I think, sometimes to play tight.
Yeah, especially.
There are plenty of gaps, plenty of spaces here. I don't need to go that tight in this sort of match, perhaps.
Oh, well played. Good cut out from there from Kaur.
Well, it was called in. Well, it's littered with mistakes so far on both sides. I think they're just struggling to settle into this match.
Yeah, and I think it's especially from the fives point as well. You've got to think about how do I make sure I'm playing the right shots to not open up too many gaps, and it's just trying to hit those shots too early. I think both players, or all 4 players really, are making mistakes trying to win too quickly because they don't want to open up too many gaps.
Just caught the racket on the way through, I think, of Liu. 11-8. Only 4 minutes played so far, but we've seen, I think, a few more missed shots than we have winners.
Yeah, for sure. Especially off a return of serve. I think both pairs appreciate how important that return of serve is and how quickly you can get a winner. We saw Ramadas hit a couple of winners straight off return of serve, and the Chinese pair both have hit a couple of errors off of return just to try and get a quick, easy winner. Where I think the Chinese pair, they've got a really good, strong 3 in Liu. She's strong, she's got good racket skills. But I think Lee is trying to do way too much to try and cover her, whereas she should trust her a little bit more to be able to defend and to be able to even come forward and move a little bit, because she does have good skills.
She does. I saw her playing the world #1 on SL3 on this court yesterday in singles, and she put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a capable player. So I think you're right there. I think Lee Tong Tong is perhaps trying to take over too much.
Yeah, and I think out of the 2 threes, Liu has definitely better movement and is capable of moving a little bit more. So I think Lee doesn't need to worry too much, I think, about covering her quite as much as maybe Ramadas does. Again, another mistake off serve. Just, it doesn't need to be that tight. Nice.
Yeah, good anticipation.
She's played a really nice punch clear into Lee's backhand and just step forward, not expecting anything other than what Lee played.
Net cord helping Ramadas. Indian pair pulling ahead by 7 points now.
So you can see just even the movement from Lou there, the way she moved across the court. Cor won't do that. She'll stay in one space for the entire rally, right? Whereas Lou is trying to move across and try and be in those kind of more mixed positions that she needs to be in. I don't think Lee's quite ready to cover as much. She doesn't seem like she's moving quite as efficiently.
Oh, nice shot.
Very nice shot. And that's because Liu moved across.
Yep, made it obvious.
Yep.
For a partner. Just wide. Ramadas is having to cover a lot of court.
Good return of serve from Ramadas. A little bit higher than I think Lee expected. Another return of serve into the net.
Well, they've got 6 game points here. And that pushback from Ramadas doesn't come back from Lee Tong Tong. 21-14 the opener.
I'm a little bit surprised at that, to be honest. I know their previous matchup was in a similar score line, and you know, the Indian pair were the more dominant. But I'm surprised that the Chinese pair haven't put up not as much of a fight, but they're making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, and they should be utilising Liu a little bit more, like you say.
Yeah, definitely.
And Lee Tong Tong can sort of relax a bit more.
Yeah, she seems to be snatching a bit more, trying to do way more with the shuttle than she needs to be.
All right, darling. Well, action restarts. I wonder whether they'll enforce any of that strategy, Katie, we were talking about at the end of that first game. Because I think they were allowing Ramadas to dictate that opener.
Definitely. I mean, Kaur hardly saw the shuttle, I don't think. She had a couple of good defensive moments, but she's been stuck to one corner, and where Lee and Liu aren't taking the advantage is by using Liu's racket skills. And, you know, look at that movement there. She's actually trying to cover it. Look at her movement. Look how
setup.
How she's moving on court. She's ready. She's getting ready for the next shot, and she's got a little bit more mobility than the SL3 Indian player, and they need to be using that more.
Yes.
And Lee needs to be setting Liu up for that attack at the front of the court and getting Ramadas moving about the court, playing soft, getting the left, getting it in front of the three, and then getting Liu that attack at the front.
And vice versa. I think Liu can just push a little net shot into space and get her part of the lift as well. I think,
definitely.
Yeah. Oh, it's unfortunate. She knew what she wanted to do.
Yeah. But she's come in looking to try and maybe lift, get over, get back into Ramadas's backhand. A simple net shot would have been enough there.
Yes, I agree.
Nice return.
I've got a theory that two SL4 players in this mixed doubles, so we see it in women's doubles where 3 to 5 combine, see it in the mixed doubles, same again. The top pairs in the world tend to be where you've got two level 4s. In women's doubles, we're looking at a pair on another court right now, for example, with Liani and Kalimatis. And they can both move around the court so nicely.
It makes
in mixed doubles, it's the same.
Yeah, it makes such a difference. If you've got both players are capable of rotating, and you don't have, you know, an SU5 essentially trying to play around an SL3, it just makes it a bit more conventional, a bit more easier for both the 4s, because you can set up kind of practices, and it's a little bit easier not to get caught out. There's not as many gaps, really, as there is when you see a SL3 and SU5. I do think that's changing. I think the game is, again, when we think about, I find doubles the most fascinating discipline to watch and across all events, and for especially SL3 to SU5 mixed in ladies, because the tactics involved in it and the way that the women's game in the SL3 is growing, and the skill level of the women's SL3 is really you're gonna see such a big difference. And
the mobility. I mean, the men's SL3, the top 6 in the world are fantastic badminton players. There's no reason why the women shouldn't be the same.
Exactly.
And it's starting to go that way, isn't it?
It's getting there. It's 100% getting there. Think of SL3 women's, even 4 years ago, is nowhere near the standard it is now, and that's going to make a big difference in doubles and mixed doubles as we go forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely return and serve from Liu, but Ramadas is just on it.
It's a shame that Liu's struggling in some of those positions, because she's there. She moves well. She's not moving early, but I think her physicality just means she's off balance, and she can't control that shuttle, can't control the racket.
Yeah, and there's the fear of Ramadas is such good attack, and her mobility is so good that if she just lifts it, she's going to put both her and her partner in a lot of trouble. So she is looking to just try and just push it over the net. But when she's in a position where the person across the net from her is Ramadas, then that's not what you want to be doing either. So
no, tough.
Just a little bit of indecision.
Like you said, fear factor earlier. I like that. That's exactly what we're looking at.
11-4,
7 points. Mandeep Kaur and Ramadas still in control of this one. There's some fascinating backstories to some of these players as well. I don't know if you know, I'm pretty sure it's Lee Tong Tong. She's got a teammate, Yang Shishir. One of them was bitten by a snake and lost their arm.
Wow.
I think it's Lee Tong Tong. And that, for me, makes me scared of ever going anywhere near Australia, Africa.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Well, even here, you know, there's snakes across East Asia as well, so, wow.
Yes, found that on her BWF profile. I think previous time we'd called one of her matches.
Make a drop shot.
I feel like there's still time for the Chinese to get back into this. Just need to get the strategy right.
Lovely cross net there.
It's wonderful. Again, played to perfection this time. It didn't need to be played that well. Any block cross just away from the very static Mandeep Kaur is enough for Ramadas to have to cover a whole court.
Yeah.
And that opens more space again.
And if they could just cut out the mistakes, the Chinese, especially off of this return of serve, they've hit, I mean, it'd be good to look at the stats after this in terms of the number of mistakes off return of serve, but they could be a little bit more into this game. Good smash from Ramadas.
Yeah.
Bad choice from Lee on that cross straight onto her racket.
I think she lifted where she perhaps didn't need to
Yeah.
that final time.
Yeah, well played, Kaur.
Really
straight
clever
onto
play.
her racket.
And that's what we want to see from the Chinese. You just said earlier about the SG5 setting up her partner because they forced the shot to come back to Kaur at this side of the net, and it was easy for her.
Yeah,
she
but
doesn't have to move. They've got great racket skills.
Yeah, exactly. I think Lee's made a couple of questionable choices, and where she's hit the shuttle, where I can kind of see what she's trying to do. She's hitting cross, trying to get behind Ramadas into her around the head corner.
Yeah.
But she's just creating, like, Ramadas is so quick off that she's hitting smashes and putting both Lee and Liu in trouble, and she's won 2 points off of it. So I can see what she's trying to do. She's just not, it's maybe not the right idea, or she's not executing it quite as effectively as she'd want to.
Yeah. It feels like they're giving Ramadas too much respect.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
I thought there was going to be a clash there. But again, that's Lee coming, thinking I'm going to get it, Liu coming back, and a bit of confusion, and Liu just
Well, Lee Tong Tong in the end said yes, you know, telling her partner to go for it, but she had already made half a movement towards her and kind of gets in her space. It's enough to put you off, isn't it?
Yeah.
28, game 2, Mandeep and Ramadas in full control of this remaining quarter final. First time of asking they take the match. It's taken just 19 minutes, Katie.
Yeah.
Ramadas just took charge.
Dominated, completely dominated. I think the Chinese pair weren't playing the correct shots, hit too many mistakes. Vast difference from when they played 18 months ago, definitely. At least on the scoreline, I didn't see the game, so I don't know what the game was like, but at least in the scoreline, vast difference. And I think the Chinese just need to maybe work out how to move around each other a little bit better to make sure that they're not creating too many gaps, because Liu is quite mobile, and you could see the way she was moving across court. You don't see that so much in SL3s, and I think she's trying to do something that no other three
Welcome back. Semi-final Saturday here in Pattaya, Thailand, the Para Badminton World Championships 2024. It's been a fantastic morning of action already. We're moving on to the semi-final stages now. We're looking at men's singles SL3 sport class, describing players with impairments in one or both of their lower limbs, typically having poor walking and running balance. I'm pleased to have Katie Hall still with me, former head coach of Scotland's para badminton team and very much involved in BWF development. Katie, it's great to see two very different disabilities on show in the latter stages of an event, because so often in some of these, the most physical players have got such an advantage. But Nitesh is a above-knee amputee, Danny Bethel cerebral palsy. How nice is it to see that kind of range on show at this stage?
Yeah, it's very great to have a range of disabilities on show at final stages and all the standing lower sport classes and upper as well. And the thing about Nitesh, and he's so skillful, and I was saying yesterday, his slices and his overheads are great. He's got great defence, good backhand, and that skill level kind of helps him out with his movements. Probably not as good as Dan Bethel's, but the advancement in technology of prosthetics has really enhanced and made these players who do play with a prosthetic have that little bit more advantage than, say, 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think particularly in SL3, where the above-knee amputees are now using different kit, so to speak, to support them. Dan is one of the most physically able players in SL3. He's also very strong.
Yeah.
And he's also got a good racket. But Nitesh, like you said, terrific defence. He gets himself out of trouble. He's got one of the best backhands, I think, in para badminton as well. And quite frankly, despite Dan being world #1 and barely losing a match since the previous Paralympic Games, he doesn't really like playing Nitesh.
No, and he's such a tricky player, Nitesh. He's got very good deception, and I think he can get himself out of a lot of problems just with his skill set. And he's a strong mover, considering, like we say, he is an above the knee amputee, but he's still a strong mover.
And Dan with cerebral palsy, he's got that disability all the way down his right side. You can see the way he's standing, holding his right arm. You can see the slightly weaker right leg. That causes its own problems too, doesn't it? Because
of course,
your ability to turn, he can't push off that right leg very easily. He very much favours his left side, and it's a big, strong left side. Yeah,
and I think that's the difference between probably when the GB programme got set up is I've seen a huge difference in the strength in Dan Bethel and on his strong side. And even though he has, that weaker side, it puts him off balance a little bit occasionally, and like you say, he can't push off that right leg, but he's so consistent and really, really strong that it kind of makes up for having that weaker side.
Well, I work with him daily with the team GB back at home in Sheffield. He can squat, single leg squat, 300 kilos now.
Wow.
Which is quite insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be a cagey match, this one, I think, especially in these early stages.
Yeah. And we're going to see a lot of rallies like that. Both players are quite patient, and I think what both players are very good at is having that patience, but then knowing when to change the pace up a little bit and inject a little bit of speed. But we'll see a lot of clears and a lot of patience waiting for that opportunity.
It's one of those brutal forms of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Half-court singles. It is relentless.
Yeah.
It's the longest rallies we're going to see. These guys have to be super fit.
Super fit. And considering when you think of, what their abilities are and, how to create that fitness, it's a lot of on-court, it's a lot of repetition. And just these long rallies. I mean, I'm pretty sure the world finals in Korea, the SL3 men's singles final went on for about an hour and a half.
I was there in 2011, actually, in Guatemala. Your countryman, your friend Alan Oliver, was in the semi-final. The other semi-final, I think it was Vietnam, India. And it was something like 16 all in the third. An hour and 45 had gone, and one of the guys got stretchered off. and had to
Wow.
retire. I mean, that's how brutal this sport is.
Yeah.
And that's over 10 years ago, before it's now taken these extra steps to develop.
Yeah, and the games aren't potentially as long as they used to be because of the level of skill increasing in the players and the shot variation. You know, before it was more kind of clears, drops, lifts. Now there's so much creativity in the game and knowing when to inject a bit of pace. And you didn't really see so many like smashes and attacks because you don't have the space. But if the players put that attack in the right place, they can create really good opportunities. Yeah.
I think he's missed the line just wide. It was close.
It
Dan
was
looking
close.
back to James Boxall, Richard Morris in the coaching seats behind, just for a bit of affirmation, but I think it was just wide.
But that's exactly what we were saying earlier, where both players, and Dan did a good example of that there, is he knows when to inject a bit of pace. And he just missed the line, but that would have been a winning shot.
Good defence from Bethel. It is a patient approach. I mean, I don't think I'd get in any trouble for missing the fact that Dan is focusing lately on this no-error form of badminton, because he does have this tendency to get on top of people. He is very strong. He can get you on the back foot, have the shuttle behind you quite often, and then he's expecting to hit a winner with that next shot.
Yeah.
When it comes back, he's almost caught off guard and he makes errors. Good footwork from Bethel. He waited patiently then. He's using that slice a lot today in the Chesh already. We're only 4 points in, but you can see he's trying to find some form of variation because Bethel is so solid. It's so frustrating to play, in fact. Good net shot from the Tesh. This should be over. Shuttles in bits.
What I'm liking about, and we say this with Fujihara as well, the Japanese player who's been doing this style of movement since, I think 2015 was the first time I saw him World Championships at Stoke, is with the advancement in the technology. I think he might have been the first player I'd saw with a blade in his prosthetic. Yeah, back in 15.
I was talking about it yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
Probably talking to myself about it. I think I was on my own. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It might have been you and I. He kind of springboarded that use of the blade.
And what it helps the players do is that scissor kick, that jump movement and landing on the blade, whereas before the prosthetics were probably too heavy and they didn't have enough bounce in them to give the players that cushion when they landed, which is not, you can't do that in a solid prosthetic, right? I mean, you'll know being a prosthetic user yourself, SL4 player, but it's really changed the game up for the amputees that have a good blade and their movement. I mean, you can see it there, that switch again, you didn't see that before. It used to just be a step out.
Well, it's a hybrid running blade, so in essence they're designed to propel you forwards, which means backwards is okay as well. You can push off it to come backwards. Moving sideways on a blade, however, is not great, and a lot of the above-knee amputees will therefore find doubles quite difficult. Or if I was to use one as a below-knee amputee on a full-court singles moving sideways, again, I'd find it too slow because you have to land exactly right on it to stay in balance.
Yeah.
When you're only moving forwards and backwards, mostly on a half-court, it's a lot easier. Well watched from Bethel.
Good defence from Nitesh there. Dan holding and flicking quite a flat left, and he's just managed to defend that really well and get back into the rally.
That's where his retrieval skills
so good.
Earning more points than really a lot of the other players get away with in the world.
So.
So that head-to-head we were looking at earlier, 7-love to Bethel, world #1, of course. However, quite a lot of Nitesh's scores have been high, haven't they?
Yeah.
A couple of times taken into a third game, and 19 and 17 their last meeting. It's not expected to be easy for Bethel.
No. And I think apart from Bagat, Pramod, who he normally meets is normally the final in these events, right? Nitesh is probably the closest one to Dan on the tour at the moment.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, nice shot. Placement from Danny Bethel down that racket side. Why is it so difficult to defend, Katie, if Dan is to smash to Nitesh's right shoulder or right hip, for example, what makes it difficult to get back?
It's the racket position, really, and I think as well, with Nitesh having his more dominant leg predominantly forward in that position, having the shuttle come to that right-hand side, it's a lot harder to get your racket around it. Especially that top shoulder, because you're having to bring the racket up, turn it onto like a backhand grip and push back in. So to not have your racket in a position to do that quickly, it's really a tricky shot to get, especially with that right leg being in front, because there's not a gap to step back and get a swing onto it.
Yeah, I see.
Whereas that one there, for example, Dan hit more towards the left hip, and he's got the space there to defend quite nicely. It's a lot easier to defend from there.
Good push from Nitesh over Dan's head, but Dan retrieves well. They've both got this incredibly strong wrist where, even when they're a bit late and the shuttle's behind them overhead, they can just snap that wrist and clear out to a decent length.
They're both very good at getting themselves out of trouble.
Nice smash, but Bethel's defense again rock solid. Nitesh staying patient. This really is a war of attrition, isn't it? War of nerves. Good net shot from Dan.
Block was just a bit too loose for Nitesh. It meant Dan could come in really early and put a good spin on that. Very hard to get back.
Dan nearly 4,000 points clear at the top of the rankings at the moment, and he's only played 7 tournaments. He protects himself quite well, Dan. You know, he peaks in training for certain tournaments. Whereas Nitesh in 3rd and Pramod Bagat, who you mentioned, both have played 11 tournaments and still can't catch Dan. It's that's where he sits right now. Oh, it's brilliant from Bethel. That was tight as well, to knock that off.
Yeah, just so important, the net game for SL3, and Dan's so good at getting ready. He plays a really tight spin on the net and then just gets his racket ready, because there's not much many players can do with that, really, because your options are play it back on the net, Dan's ready, just exactly like we saw there, or lift, and lifting from that type of spin, it's going to probably be a short left, or you're going to overhit it and fling it out the back, really. So that was Dan's very good at that net play and getting ready for the kill.
James Boxall taking the lead today, coaching Dan Bethel. Richard Morris behind, both former England badminton players themselves. Nitesh looks pretty calm, though, pretty composed, as he's just drying off that prosthetic side.
Yeah, this comes back to what we were saying earlier in the men's doubles. You don't see too many of the Indian players get too, they never look too phased, really. They always look very calm, and and very much in control of their emotions and how they are on court. Obviously, you know, a tight game towards the end, we will see that come out a little bit. But at the moment, it's 11-7 in the first game. I think Nitesh is feeling quite comfortable in where he's at. He knows that, you know, he's always had a good game against Dan. So I don't think he wants to show those emotions too early and show that he's been rattled, because I don't necessarily think he is yet.
No, I don't think so. Dan, to be fair, has started really well.
Yeah.
He's hit a couple of winners, which is a great sign. There's not been that many errors from either of them. And Nitesh at times is throwing the kitchen sink at Dan.
Yeah.
And he's absorbing that pressure and rocking that ridiculously bright yellow headband today.
Yeah. Matches his grip.
Yeah. He's not quite set the trend with that headband yet. I don't see that many players out here in para badminton with their headbands, but I think he's persevering with it. He's trying his best.
That's all you can ask.
Good defense again from Bethel. That's a big area of improvement for him, being ready in that mid-court, expecting the drive back.
And that's another advancement of... Oh, he's caught the tape. That's another advancement of the SL3 game is there is more attack, more aggressive attack. Before it was, like we said earlier, the games were, you know, an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes, and it was clear, drop net. Now there's a lot more pace injected into the game, and the players have to have good defence. I was going to say patient and control from Bethel, but just went for that spin.
He did. I think Nitesh was edging forward, and that put him off a bit.
Yeah, good variation in this rally. Both players trying to inject a bit of pace and hitting the smashes, slices, punch clears. Oh, good slice.
Wonderful shot, yeah.
Really good rally. Start of that rally, both players playing more smashes and more drives and trying to be quite aggressive, and neither of them letting up on that, realising that actually let's go back to a bit more patience because we're not getting through each other. And then Nitesh has just picked his moment for that wonderful slice. Is again. That's quite a tricky shot for Dan to get back, because he's having to push off on his right side, his left side, come across onto his weaker leg. So that is a bit of a problem area. It's an area that is quite tricky for him to get to. Good punch clear.
That's clever from Nitesh. Bethel solid this time. See, the temptation would have been to drive hard again, but Dan was patient and just sort of probed Nitesh. What have you got? You know, do something. And Nitesh trying to hold the attack makes the error. Very clever from Bethel.
He did a good job to recover from that punch clear from Nitesh. I think if Nitesh had went a slice to his backhand side, he might have won that last rally a bit earlier, but he let Dan back in.
Oh, the lift is in as well. Bethel regaining that 4-point lead.
Yeah, it's a good net play again. really tricky to hit anything off that spin, and Dan's got such a nice spin.
He's got an incredible net shot. It used to be that he'd go fishing for that net shot so often, but then some of these players got used to it, and instead now Dan's often just pushing it into the service line. But when he uses it, it often gets the result he wants.
Yeah.
And I think the Tesh might stop playing net back now from Dan's net shot.
He's going to need to do something. When Dan's played that tight net and just stepping forward, rack it up, looking to take it off the tape, he needs to get it away from him.
Patience again from both. It's a gamble, isn't it? To take that initiative on a half court.
You have to make the right choice.
Yeah, because if you go too hard too soon, you end up back in trouble.
Yeah.
These players with this quality can just re-lift you over your head, put you on the back line, the shuttle's behind you, and then suddenly they're on top of the rally.
Tesh is just happy to play clears. I don't think he's played much else apart from when Dan's tried to play the slice. He's just trying to break Dan down, waiting for a mistake. Probably the longest rally, right?
It's got to be.
Oh, well played, both players. Tesh was so patient there. He just clear, waiting for that opportunity. Dan's let him in a little bit, and he's taken advantage.
Yeah, and one good slice. He does have a nice slice.
Yeah.
Sets up the smash. Unusual to see Nitesh come out of the men's doubles as well early. Lost in the round of 16. The quarterfinals, rather, to their teammates Gupta and Sivakumar. That's an unusual result for me. Nitesh and Tarun.
Yeah.
Losing that one, but at least he can focus on this singles, and he would have prepared everything for this.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things. I think I've spoke about it before. I think we spoke about it at the Four Nations. Is when we've got a lot of the Indian players, especially in the SL3 category, play both singles and doubles, but doubles isn't included in the Paralympics. So you would think these players are close to the top. Dan Bethel only plays singles now, obviously, as his doubles partner sitting next to me is retired. But they play two events. That's got to take a lot out of their body, and would just focusing on singles put these players in a better physical condition to be closer to beating Dan.
Yeah.
So for Nitesh, I think coming out of the doubles early is maybe giving him, a
bit more rest,
and
more focus,
and
training.
As much as it's like we were saying earlier, it's a world championship, so to be the gold medalist in any event at World Championships is just incredible. It shows you're the best in the world. But if it's putting you at risk of, losing in an event that is going to be included in Paralympics, is it worth it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I guess it depends on the physical abilities of each player, because for Dan, that weaker right leg has been injured a few times. Well played, Bethel. Good attack, good follow-up. Yeah, he's had some trouble because of the cerebral palsy down the right side, weaker bone structure, and when there's too much pressure on it, he's had some problems over the years.
Yeah.
Moving sideways and going around the head has really not helped him. And so on a doubles court, having that extra focus, extra fatigue, it wasn't going to help his campaign. Whereas you've got the likes of Pramod Bhagat, who's number 2, just behind Dan and often in the final against him. He's in all 3 events, and still in all 3 events this weekend.
I think it's incredible.
Yeah. Net cord winner from Nitesh. Bit of luck. Really hammering Bethel's left tram line, isn't he, with that attack. Clearly thinks Bethel's weaker if you attack Bethel's forehand. Getting the better of that rally as well. This is going to get tense at the end of this first.
I think he's going down onto Bethel's forehand, because like we were saying with Nitesh earlier, Dan Bethel's dominant leg is forward, and so there's more space on that side. There's more room for error because he's not got the room.
Your hips in the way of your racket defense.
Exactly.
Shot from Nitesh. Brilliant slice. Squares things up at 18 all. These moments in matches, how strong is your mental strength?
You've got to just be focusing on the next point. You can't be thinking of the scoreline.
Bethel still aggressive. Brilliant. I thought Dan might have been too focused on attack, getting that shuttle to the floor, but he played with control there. It looks pretty fresh still as well.
Dan's really switched up these last couple of points.
Well left. Yeah, he's become a bit more aggressive, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's taking the attack to Nitesh.
I think he's trying to get out of those situations where Nitesh has got a few points catching him on that forehand slice. And if he gives Nitesh the time and the opportunity and the height and the shuttle to do that, he's putting himself in trouble. So to stop that from happening, he just wants to get some pace in for these last 2 points, give him a bit of a surprise and hopefully win, which he has done. Got to a point where he's won 1 point off of the game.
Yeah, 2018, the world #1. Lets that one drift along. Takes the opening game in 25 minutes. Tell you what an epic. That was a great opening game. Both players in form here.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the change of pace that Dan put into those last 3 points there was needed for sure, because especially when Nitesh was coming back at him, bringing it back to 18 all, he needed to do something a little bit different to change the pace up, to stop Nitesh's momentum, and he did that, and it paid off.
That might have been exactly what James Boxall would have been designing there. I mean, these two coaches, Rich and James, you know, they've been taking Dan around the world for years now. They know these top players all so well. They've got a game plan. They know when to push, when to relax, when to defend.
Yeah.
It's really important, isn't it, the coaching? I mean, you were head coach for Scotland.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we didn't have Scottish para players at quite at Dan's level in half-court singles. Well, Alan was up there for a while.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Alan for us in Scotland was the kind of the pioneer, the lead player for 20 for Scotland, especially around 2012 Europeans, the 2011 silver medal at the World Championships,
Yep.
and I think for a while for young players he really was that kind of that model really for playing, but it's such a tough game, the SL3, and unfortunately World Championships the 2013 got reclassified into SL4, and
I lost my seeded position in the draw because Alan got put up to 4.
And it was, you know, I can't comment on classifiers, they're there to do a job, but it wasn't in my opinion a fair reclassification, and at the end of the tournament
they dropped him back down.
And fortunately, you know, nowadays that doesn't necessarily happen as much because of the ranking tournaments that we have, and now para badminton has 3 levels of tournaments, and there isn't
classifying.
There's no classifying at the top level anymore, so there's not, the players that are here are going to play in their classification, and they have that most of them that confirmed classification.
Yes, you need a C rating for level 1s.
Yep.
And I guess top 32 in World Championships means, you know, you can be well outside of qualifying for level 1s, but like you say, having that C rating so important just brings that extra level of professionalism to the sport as well.
Yeah, for sure. And it means that we saw it when we both started, and about 10 years ago, players would be coming to their first tournament, and their first tournament might be a World Championships, and they're getting classified there, and they might not even get classified, and they've went all that way to a World Championship and not getting classified. So luckily that's no longer the case in this level.
Bethel, shuttle in hand. Game 2 underway. Only 4 consecutive points for either of them in the first. Just proving that both men are in pretty good form here. That mental game is so important in SL3.
Miss hit there.
Dan losing his head very slightly with that overhead.
Could see what he's trying to do, change the angle up, but just mishit it.
2 quick errors from Bethel. And a change of racket.
Yeah, Natasha just does not want to play back onto the net. Does not want to play back on.
Oh, it was in. Great length. 3 quick points from Natesh. That's a shame because Bethel started this second game a little rattled with those 2 errors and that bad judgment on the back line. Bit of patience from Natesh. Might have just put some pressure on Dan Bethel here.
Dan just serving wide in that last point, so in half-court game on service, the tram lines are out.
Yes.
Dan just went slightly wide. Oh, good defence.
Well, Bethel's just lost his head slightly here at the start of the second. Barely made an error in the first, really.
Yeah. He did really well to get back into that rally because Natesh was in such good position to really kill the shuttle off, and Dan got back into it, and then just a easy error on that attack, mid-court attack.
Just wide.
Good net shot.
I thought Natesh might have attacked that lift. It was a good net shot.
I think he knows that, you know, Dan's still got a half-decent length on that lift, so if he attacked it, Dan would be ready to step in and drive back, so I think he made the right choice.
He's a smart player too, Natesh. I suspect he can see when Bethel's a bit rattled, making errors. and so he's opting for patience.
Another good net shot.
Great net shot again from Kumar.
He's really trying to work the four corners a bit better now than he was maybe in the first set. Even on that net shot there, just playing it out onto Dan's kind of forehand side and trying to move the shuttle into the four corners. Great net shot. Unlucky, Dan. That was the absolute correct shot to do. Nitesh was on the back foot, really struggling, and just needed to knock it over the net. And even if he just pushed it that little bit harder, he would have got probably a weaker lift. Just opting to play it too tight, making the mistake.
Yeah, he's looking quite frustrated, Bethel. Good net again, Nitesh.
Really working the four corners. See, he's went, oh, broken string.
Tried to change the racket, didn't he?
Yeah.
Broke a string. We've seen him do it a few times, actually, and in top-level international competition. But I don't think he got the height on that clear to give himself time.
No. No wonder now, you know, obviously, when we talk about the mental game, Dan played 2 points with that racket and switched it out. And now he's got that same racket he's changed in the first point. So I wonder if that's going to be in his mind. If he's like, oh, you know, I've just put this racket away because I didn't want to play with it. And now I've got it back. Good punch clear.
Important for Dan not to let this match or this game run away.
Oh, he's waiting for it. That's
he was ready, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Anticipated that push through the mid-court.
Backhand drive, racket up, just ready for Nitesh to hit it hard back at him, and he did, and he's just put it out the side. He's got to get back to being patient, Dan. I think he's trying now. He's getting a bit flustered.
Going over the top of Nitesh, who survives well. Clever from Dan. Didn't want to try too much pace.
Yeah.
But didn't want to go too slow either. It was just that middle speed. Almost a neutralizing shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it almost had, you know, had to force Nitesh to put more into that shot, and he didn't quite put enough. Oh, well played by Nitesh there, putting more pressure on Dan and attacking him more and just getting that short lift. Putting him 6 points ahead now.
Yeah, 11-5 at the break. It'll build loads of confidence, I think, for Nitesh. Although, deep down, you know your opponent's making a few errors. It's not necessarily you're hitting through every time.
Yeah.
But on a half court, on this sort of form, that mental game, that confidence is just as valuable as the score, isn't it? And
yeah,
I don't think Dan will be feeling all that great at this very moment.
No, for sure. And I think he's trying. He lost the first couple of points, and from there is just trying maybe too much to be too aggressive, and he needs to just be a little bit more patient. And and because the errors and the mistakes are creeping in now because Nitesh's just eating up everything he's getting from Dan. And Nitesh's playing well. He's defending really well. His net play has been really good to this second game. Dan just needs to get back to being a little bit more patient, I think.
Well, he's having a chat with the umpire about something, Bethel.
Yeah, not too sure what that would have been about. Interesting. Nitesh has started both games after the interval by asking the mop, the line judge, to bring the mop on to extend that break a little bit. I don't know if he's just trying to give Dan more time to think too much and to try and rattle him a little bit.
Yeah, I think you could be right. I think he's on top mentally right now. He might be behind a game down, but this second one, he's definitely got the mental edge.
Yeah.
And if he can draw that out and make Bethel have to think about that a bit longer.
Good attack from Dan.
I mean, he's a fit guy, Nitesh, as well. They both are. But the fact that he has to stop, take the prosthetic off, dry it, you know, it's energy sapping actually doing that, and it's whereas Dan sat there comfortably having a rest. So perhaps Nitesh is just looking for an extra bit of time to recover.
It's really good net attack there from Dan, popping it flat over Nitesh's head. Another mistake from Nitesh, and that's 3 points now from the interval.
Yeah, important for Bethel to get off to a good start after that mid-game break. Close that scoreboard down, because it's so hard with these two at the level they're at on a half court, and neither of them are hitting the floor that often. It's hard if you're 5, 6, 7 points behind. You can't think of a way to catch up.
Nitesh needed that point there. I think when you come in at an interval and your opponent gets 3 points on the bounce, it kind of, you need to get that break and get that next point.
Bethel having a word. I think the umpire gave him a look when Dan walked off to have a chat with the coaches instead of returning the shuttle. Dan this time just trying to slow down that momentum from Nitesh, I think. As a player, though, these days at the top level, you do try and get away with anything that's going to give you an advantage somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, because when you're playing players that are, you know, very similar level to you, and you have to find those little gains.
Well, the beginning of this second half of the game, exactly opposite to the first half. It's Nitesh who's just made 4 errors in a row. Bethel this time too good and closes that score to within 1.
Nitesh just trying to be a bit patient, playing those clears and get himself into a big rally and hope that Dan goes for the attack quick and makes a mistake. You almost need that in the SL3 game. If you've made a few mistakes, you almost need just a big rally to get back into it.
Yeah, Dan just as patient. I think he's happy with the way this rally's panning out.
And these long rallies are really important, like mentally as well. When you come out of a win of a long rally from that, it's a bit of a boost, you know. And when you lose a point out of a long rally, you're kind of like, oh, do you know, I've just put all that work in and lost.
Yeah, soul destroying.
He's hit it long.
Well, there's the fist pump from Bethel. That has got to be up there with the longest rally of the match.
Definitely.
And it's gone the way of Bethel.
To bring it even as well, that's a really important point for him.
Yes, exactly. Seven out of the last 8 points now to Bethel. He's missed the line again, Nitesh.
Yeah, slightly mishit that on his, a bit lower on the forehand side, and he's just mishit it. Tesh opting for flatter clears, trying to put Dan in a more defensive position.
Oh, good slice. Equalled by Bethel's defence, though. Bethel's really not engaging in that net so much now, as I say that.
As you see here.
But he was sort of, he had the opportunity to block soft if he wants, but he's just pushing it to service line.
Unlucky. Really nice slice, just missed the line, the outside line there.
Thirteen all here.
Yeah, you're right, Dan's not really playing on the net at all, and he's so good at it. It's interesting that he's opting to lift more, to try and, you know, put Nitesh kind of off balance, I think, but he's so good at the net. I'm surprised he's not using it more and bringing him forward before then pushing it into his overhead.
I think there's a bit of a strategy there, a tactic against this particular man. I think given time, Nitesh has also got a good net. It's just that he doesn't get in early enough against Bethel to be able to use it all that often. Net cord. Bethel still pushing.
Oh, another
and
one.
another one. And the apologetic hand. No smile from Nitesh. I think that's quite frustrating for him.
Just wide from Dan, giving Nitesh 2 point lead.
Next couple of points crucial for the result of this game. Bethel still has that one-game cushion.
That's wide.
Nice looking shot. I think he just tried to force that forehand side
Yeah.
again of Bethel's defence a bit too much.
He was really on top of that rally there. He put Bethel in a few difficult positions, and just to make that mistake on the last shot.
That will frustrate Bethel.
Yeah, that's a rare error from him.
Yeah, I don't think he really needed to go for that. It's up short. Surely Natesh can finish. Bethel's defence, rock solid.
Oh,
Superb
well
from Danny Bethel.
Really impressive getting that back and over Natesh's head. He was not expecting that. He thought the rally was over.
Fighting hard to close out this match in 2, Bethel.
Again, Natesh trying to play flatter clears. Don't know if he's trying to lure Dan into hitting those smashes.
Yeah, you might be right. Certainly teasing Dan into that attack, isn't he?
Yeah. That's wide. Again, 2 out the side from Dan there. He's just going for the line, just trying to hit the winner, and doesn't need to be, he's got a good angle, so doesn't need to be quite that tight to the line. Natesh doing the exact same.
.49 minutes so far, just ticking on to 50. 2 of the top SL3 men's singles players in this sport class. And it could be a long way to go yet as well. Natesh, 3 points from taking this second game.
Good attack from Dan, just unfortunate that mistake at the end, but the variation in where he was placing the shuttle on his attack there gave him that opportunity to come in and take that net early. And again, just similar to his slices, he's trying to play too tight. And that's because Natesh can pick those shots up.
He can. It was good defence, wasn't it? Good technique with the racket to keep defending off that hip.
Is really trying to bring Dan into attacking in this game. He's not hitting length at all, really. He's getting, you know, double service line at most in his lifts and his clears, and I think he's trying to get Dan to attack and put in some force so he can just, you know, block it back at him.
He's such a strong player. I can't imagine the ND conditions are that bad that Natesh is struggling to get a length.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. I think he's basing Dan into hitting hard and using that pace against him. Natesh hasn't been hitting that many of those slices on this end. He's gone for one. He's missed, and Bethel's back on level terms. Bethel now patient. That lifts in. Poor decision from Nitesh, really.
Yes, not the time to be leaving those shots that are close.
Not when your opponent's just about to go match point up. 2019 in the second, Dan Bethel. A place in the World Championships final at stake.
Dan's been really good in these long rallies. I think the longer the rally gets, the more Nitesh is thinking Dan's going to make a mistake, but actually he's been pretty good, and the last rally was an example of that. Oh, it's wide. He's went for it and he's hit it wide.
You're right, though. Other than that rally, he has been great and patient. Had that spell early in the second where Bethel lost his head slightly. But it's not over yet. 20 all. Great shot from Dan. Can he build on it? Nitesh gets a good length. Bethel's back into the clears. Patience from both, understandably at 20 all.
So who's going to make the first move? Oh, it's wide.
Well, that punch clear was great from Bethel. He forced a weak reply.
Just tried to change the pace up. They got into that just clear, and Dan played that flatter clear, put Nitesh in a more defensive position, went for the winner and is missed it.
Nitesh is through. 22-20 in the second. Well, that was tough to watch because it could have gone either way.
Yeah, both players just equal all the way, and Dan did such a good job in that start of the second end just to build himself back in to make it equal, but Nitesh is just a little bit, towards the end, there's a little bit more mentally strong, I think, and just stayed really calm, and yeah, maybe he shouldn't have probably left the shot in the 19 all to take Dan to 20, but it didn't faze him. He was happy to stick in the long rallies and just wait for Dan to make a mistake or the opportunity for him to attack. And yeah, that's got to be tough for Dan, but he's got to come back into this game and just refresh, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The momentum shifted 3 or 4 times, didn't it, in that second end? I think Nitesh was up so far, and we went into the break with a 5-point lead or something. Bethel comes back, Nitesh comes back, Bethel comes back again. It is tough for Bethel, but I think he'll back himself here. He's done it all in training. He knows what he's got to do, and with the help of the coaches, yeah, he'll look to get back on top of this one. But good for Nitesh. He's very much in this.
Yeah, for sure. It's 2 very close games, and we've seen it in the past with both these players as well. Not the start that Nitesh wanted in this third game. Kind of short rally, early mistake. Good smash from Dan.
Closing in on the hour mark as well already. It's going to take it out of these two. That being said, I think the other SL3 semi-final, Pramod Bhagat, Manar Sarkar, they're 10-all in the third.
Yeah, another close game.
That's also the same amount of time, 58, 59 minutes. That one won't last quite as long as this one. But either way, tomorrow's final will be hard worked for.
Yeah. I predict it'll be another very long match tomorrow. All four players will have a good team behind them and are very disciplined and will do all they can to recover and be in good shape for tomorrow after these long matches. Good rest.
Oh!
Good defence by Dan, but Nitesh has just managed to break through.
Yeah, good amount of pressure. Nice shot making from Nitesh.
Good slice.
Amy, you walk straight along here to media. There's a table of bananas and stuff. Do you want to you should be on Lou, do your accreditation.
Long rally again from both players, both taking some opportunities to attack, but the defence from both of them is, you know, just can't really break through yet.
GB Physio, not far from us, is trying to find sweets, sugar, bananas for Dan Bethel.
Oh, really?
So I think he's feeling a bit of fatigue out here today. Feeling a bit low. Not good signs for Bethel.
And that's where you don't have the energy, you know, one, your body goes, but your mind goes as well, and it's so hard to push past that. And with these long rallies, he's got to be feeling it mentally and physically.
It's gone long, Nitesh. Another epic rally. It's going to be taking it out of these two.
Nitesh just trying to pull Dan back in. Another big rally. Let's hit another one long. Nitesh giving Dan a point lead. Two examples there, Nitesh hitting 2 points in a row out the back, and it's the long rallies that, again, Dan just seems to be winning out on, with Nitesh hitting errors.
Good net shot from Bethel, really brought Nitesh in close on the full stretch.
Oh, good attack from Dan, breaking through Nitesh's defence there.
65th minute we're into. Bethel asking to towel down. It's good to see Dan winning with his attack the last couple of points.
Yeah.
That'll build some confidence.
And we've seen it in the second set where he won on his attack. He's varying where he's hitting Nitesh, and it's, like we were saying earlier, it's tricky for him to go, if his strong leg is forward, it's tricky for him to go backhand defence, then into his hip, and then back onto backhand. So varying that that attack is really helping Dan here. Defense.
Yeah, great block, wasn't it? Kept it flat to the net.
Didn't give Dan any opportunity to do what he did in the last point and step in and continue that attack. It's wide. Good defence from Nitesh there to keep him in that rally, and his patience paid off.
It does, and Dan's sort of impatience going for that line.
Yeah. Neither player really using the net at all. They didn't really use it in the second game, and there's hardly been any net play. It's been more pushes into the service line off of defence or off of fast drops and cuts, more pushing in rather than neither of them want to give each other the opportunity to play tight net.
That's it, isn't it? There's too much value in it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to be a bit more patient. Giving away that net, too dangerous. Oh, Dan takes it off the back line. The Tesh caught by surprise. Well, that was lucky, I think, from Bethel.
That was very controlled. Normally, when you see that panic of, oh no, it's going in, players just swipe at it to get it over, but Dan just let it drop and just pushed it over the net. And
it stayed quite tight, actually, didn't it?
Yeah, and Tesh wasn't expecting it.
No.
Good attack from Dan. Tesh is very happy just to hit clears. I think he's hit one smash and then that reverse in this game, in this rally. He's very happy just to sit back and clear and defend.
It's almost like teasing one of them to fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost like one little shot somewhere will just come off half-hearted or miss-hit. So much training goes into these guys, and like you said earlier, it's that mental strength to just stay patient.
This is a big rally again. Nitesh just varying up his clears, going for high, flat punches, moving them in to both sides of the corners. And
good defense again as well. Yeah. It's another incredible rally. It's got to be up there.
Both players just trying to find that opportunity where they can inject a little bit of pace or play a flatter left and get the other on the...
It's wide. Well, a very delayed call from the line judge.
Very delayed.
Nitesh questioning the umpire. Bethel did watch it all the way, and just based on his body language, I think the decision was correct. Nitesh still arguing.
I'm not sure if the line judge was so delayed that I'm not sure if he fully saw it, because Dan was right next to it. I do think the call's correct. It did look out from here, but I'm not sure if the line judge fully saw it. Tish trying to change the pace there, just straight off the serve into a smash, and it's not paid off for him. A little bit of frustration probably from that last call.
'72nd minute of play, one of the longest matches we've seen this week. The other semi-finals still going on between Manoj Sarkar and Pramod Bhagat. 18-17 in the third as well. Same time on the clock, 71 minutes. Good shot.
Good attack.
Just a touch of straight slice, wasn't it? I think Nitesh was expecting the sort of straight power.
Yeah. Just taking a little bit of power off it is not giving Nitesh the opportunity to hit it back.
Much more controlled game so far for Bethel. Good attack from Nitesh, that reverse slice. It's a big weapon, isn't it?
Oh, it's lethal. And when he hits it so effectively like that, it really is such a weapon. Another forehand slice mistake. You can see his frustration. Good pick up. Nitesh there.
Oh, that was close to the line.
Yeah.
Might have gone wide.
He's went long.
That one is long. Is it long?
Yeah, it was out. It was out.
I thought Bethel was just about to give the shuttle back to Nitesh then. He was just asking for a change. New shuttle, slightly quicker in speed. Nitesh is clear straight out the back, 11-6. Bethel, change of ends here with a 5-point lead. I'd argue Nitesh is suffering more in this third.
Yeah, I think so. He's made more errors and more mistakes. I think four of the 11 points that Dan has have been out the back of the court. Two quite quick in a row, and Dan's made a couple of unforced errors, but generally in this game has been a bit more solid.
Yeah, mentally Dan looks strong in this third. I think physically, I don't think there's much in it.
I think Dan's changed the last few points, changed up his attack a little bit more, whereby he was playing more punch clears and flatter clears, trying to, and Nitesh is defending a bit more on his forehand side, looking for that opportunity to then put in those slices, those kind of half smashes, to not let Nitesh step in and push through like he's been doing quite well.
Well, Bethel was beginning to wobble at the beginning of the second, but at the beginning of the third, he's rock solid so far.
Yeah, he just needed a reset really, and he's done that. He's done that well. Come into this, you can lose the momentum a little bit, and he's come into the third game and has just played solidly. He's not let anything kind of phase him.
These first couple of points after the break, crucial, I think, to set the tone for the rest. I mean, if Dan can take two here, 13-6 would be tough to come back from for Nitesh, but if Nitesh can close that gap to 2 or 3 points, he'd feel like he'd have a real chance.
Yeah. And winning that long rally straight after the break is got to be a good boost for Nitesh, and exactly like you were saying. If he wants to close that gap, he needs to do it early.
Yeah. Great smash. I think Nitesh really looking for that forehand defense. Whether luck or judgment, Dan chose the right side.
It was a poor lift from Nitesh. It was a hard shot to get back from Dan initially, and Dan's just chosen the right side on his attack.
Good layoff. Again, the temptation would have been to go hard again with the drive, but just caressed it towards the net.
Really good choice. He's come in off of Nitesh's defence, hit it hard at him and then hit it soft, and just trying to get him off balance, and he did just that.
It's going wide.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, Bethel. He looks so confident with the leave.
Another wide clear out the side. Did that in the second game as well. He hit quite a few going up the middle, out the side, just trying for the line.
Great slice from the Tesh. Bethel struggling to read that.
Such a good shot. Such a good shot.
Terrific reverse. He's got the forehand slice as well, hasn't he? So from either corner, he's very dangerous. Going down the forehand side, the Tesh. Uncharacteristic, that mistake. (15-10). Bethel starting to feel confident, I would think, of that place in the final tomorrow. Another long rally.
Another mistake out the back.
Yeah, Natesh, he's trying for those lines, isn't he? Trying to gain every advantage from Bethel. 16-11 now with that mistake from Bethel. 1 hour, 21 played.
A good attack.
Yeah, a bit of extra pace, a bit of snap on the racket.
Again, just mixing up where he's hitting it. So he's hit that smash down to Natesh's backhand and then opted to play the drive over his shoulder on the right-hand side, which is really tricky for him to change that, to change the racket speed and to change the grip to play an effective shot. So he's been very smart where he places the shuttle, Dan Bethel.
Natesh has got to try and squeeze some mistakes out of Bethel somehow. He can't afford any of his own.
Oh, good slice again.
Terrific slice, isn't it? That's what, 4 or 5 times I think today he's beaten Dan with that reverse. Bethel doesn't want anything to do with that net exchange right now.
A good slice. Dan got a racket on it.
It's another terrific rally. It's a big point for Natesh as well. He needs this to have any chance. 18-12 would have been too much, in my opinion. 17-13. Natesh still has hope. 84 minutes in this SL3 men's singles semi-final. Pramod Bhagat came through the other in 1 hour 14, 18 in the third against Manoj Sarkar. So he awaits the winner of this one in the final tomorrow.
That's exactly what Dan needed right now. An early mistake in that rally from Nitesh. Put him 3 points from the match.
It's difficult to use these little intervals to reset after you've worked so hard in the previous rally, and then to bring yourself straight back to where you were for the next point. And again, 2 mistakes from Nitesh in a row. 85 minutes played, 19-13 the score. Dan Bethell nearing the World Championship final. Good rally.
Oh, good shot.
There's that slice. Reverse or straight. Nitesh's slice is dangerous.
Yeah. And he did really well in that rally to attack, and Dan did such a good job defending, but to win it on that slice was just out of Dan's reach. Well, it looked like it was going wide. His coaches both looking at him like...
I'm both smiling
why?
right now. I think that might have been going wide. 6 match points. England's Dan Bethell, 2014. Bethell on the attack. Can Nitesh survive? No, Bethell, fist in the air, comes through a thriller. What a match. 21-14 in the third. That had everything, Katie.
That was fantastic. Fantastic display of men's SL3 singles, and, you know, Dan to come down in that second game to then bring it kind of equal for then Nitesh to win at 22-20, and then this last game, Dan just had that little bit extra, I think, in terms of, you know, rally length and being able to sustain those long rallies, and not as many mistakes.
Resilient, wasn't he?
Really resilient, but it's a real testament to both players, and especially Nitesh is so close to getting to Dan, and each time he gets a little bit closer, so he's got to be confident in that what he's doing and the training he's putting in and the work that he's putting in is getting him just that
Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us here at the Badminton World Championships. Semi-final Saturday here in Pattaya, Thailand. I'm Bobby Griffin. Well, I've still got Katie Hall with me. We're looking at SL4 men's singles, the second standing class in which players have lesser impairments compared to SL3. We just witnessed Dan Bethel and Nitesh Kumar in SL3, where one or both limbs are affecting minimal walking and running balance. Freddie Setiawan, world number 2, the Indonesians at the top of your screen. Sukant Kadam sits at number 4 in the world currently. They've met, well, 17 times, but that includes doubles matches. Once our technology and internet's working properly, we'll give you a few stats about the head-to-head and singles. I think Freddie Setiawan is up quite heavily, but we'll confirm that for you in a moment. Should be a good match, this, Katie. That both of these two have been at the top of the game since para-badminton gained that professional sort of status and was heading towards the Paralympics. These two guys in SL4 have been right up there.
Yeah, definitely, and both very good doubles and mixed players. They're players that we were speaking about earlier that play all 3 events and get to the finals of all 3 events. And you'll see Setiawan, just as both players, but Setiawan's racket skills are just incredible. He's such a good player.
Honestly, I think for me, he's got the best racket skills in para-badminton.
I would agree with you there.
Certainly on the standing courts anyway. There's a few wheelchair players that have equally got an incredible wrist. But, I mean, I'm in this class. I wasn't anywhere near the World Championship semi-finals, but I got destroyed by both of these guys a couple times. Freddie's backhand smash is bigger than my forehand smash. It's amazing.
No, both players equally very, very skillful, but I think for me, I put my money on Freddie on this game, but I think it's going to be a good game though. Yeah, well, we hope so. Sukant Kadam certainly looking focused as we get things underway. They're both so light on their feet as well. Freddie's got that imbalance in both legs, if you like, but equally he's got good quad strength, and he can do things like that. Yeah.
Double-footed, he's off the floor, and that's what makes him such a good doubles player too, because his mid to rear work is lightning fast. He's
so quick, and you can see the difference in both players, their movements and how they can move. You can see Sukant Kadam doesn't have the function really to bend his left knee, which does impair his movement more than it does Setiawan, who has function of both knees to a fuller extent than Sukant Kadam, which does play in the movement. So he has Kadam has to make that up in his skills and his choices and what shot he plays.
He's a very clever player. You think you've got him on the back foot and he pulls out shots. A bit like we were saying about Nitesh earlier. He comes up with some shots that you think are unbelievable, so unorthodox.
Yeah.
A bit complacent, perhaps, Freddie.
A little bit. He is trying to, I mean, you'll see this game, he'll be trying to move Kadam in all 4 corners and open up an opportunity to hit his very effective smash and attack. But the key is to get Sukant really in the corners first and moving about and open up the spaces.
Backhand drive from Setiawan. Again, just effortless power. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but technically so good.
Yeah, it's always been very close between these players. Just managed to get their head-to-head up, and it is 9-0 in favour of Setiawan, but most games go into 3 sets. Only a couple with a scoreline less than 15 points for Kadam, but generally the games are very, very close.
Well, we had half an eye, didn't we, earlier on that big talking point. Lucas Mazur, the world number 1, going out to Suhas Yathiraj. in straight games as well, 16 and 19.
Yep.
Suhas waiting in the final SL4 men's singles for the winner of this one.
And that's a very big upset for Lucas Mazura. I think he's been in the final of most major events in the last few years and world #1 for quite some time.
Yeah, world champion until now.
Yeah.
He's no longer going to be world champion, Paralympic champion. So to lose in the semi-finals will be a big, big blow to Lucas Mazur. Also lost out in the mixed doubles early this week in the quarterfinals, so that's Lucas out of the World Championships.
I think it's a bit of a testament to the size of the Indian team and the depth of players that they're producing in para badminton. And we've seen the same trend in badminton as well, you know, apart from, you know, the ladies singles have always been really strong, but now we're seeing men's doubles are taking
men's singles too. They've got 4 players, I think, inside the top 30. It's impressive.
And it's really growing. I think in para badminton, I can't remember who I was speaking to, but they said the national championships for India had over 1,000 athletes for para badminton.
Yeah.
And what's the UK championships? We'd
45, 50.
45, yeah. And I mean, obviously the size of the countries.
They had 100 or 200 in the SL3.
Yeah, it's
event.
There's such depth in the team, and they're producing some very good players, especially in the standing category.
Well, Sessia with a 3-point lead in the mid-game interval. Not sure who that coach is, Katie. You don't know, do you?
No, I don't recognise him.
Kadam's got a good chance here. I think, like you were saying earlier about not allowing Freddie to use that big attack will be the key. Trying to get him late, use those skills.
Yeah. And not getting into, you know, that attack defense, like hard attack defense with Freddie, because he's so good at it that you don't want to be
cross court with ease.
Great return of serve. Yeah, good idea. Again, could be tempted to just hit that back at Freddie, but he opts to play soft block. Doesn't come off for him this time, but a good option.
Yeah, nice touch. Going cross too early is always dangerous, whether it's singles or doubles.
Yeah, it wasn't the best across slices, to be fair, and Freddie was one step away from it and could have done anything with the shuttle, and it would have been a winner. I would say, because it just wasn't probably as well executed as Kadam would have liked. Yeah, good. Might have caught the tape there and just threw Freddie off a little bit, but again, good idea. Don't get into a driving game or too fast a game with Freddie.
Look at that, off the floor so early, Freddie.
he's so quick in that his racket skills, and you saw it right there. Just one step, one jump, shuttle's on the floor.
Tried a bit too much. A bit too cute, Setioan.
Yeah, good block there by Freddie, making Sukhant turn on his impaired leg. Is difficult for him.
You heard the story about, I mean, I love all this stuff. Sukhant's had his knee fused, I think it was about 10 years old. You know why?
No.
He was meant to be at home doing his homework, and he went out with his friends to play cricket instead. And was bowling in cricket and fell awkwardly and hurt his leg. And he was in quite a bit of pain.
Yep.
But because he was meant to be at home doing his homework, he couldn't admit to his parents that he was out playing sports with his friends. In their culture, he would have got in trouble and whatever. And left it and ignored it. And it went on for a week or two, and I think he got gangrene in the knee, and
Oh my goodness.
they had to fuse it, basically, and remove the joints. Yeah, it's a real shame.
Mm.
Tough kind of sociological circumstances to be in.
Yeah.
And in the conditions out in India with the heat and everything as
Yeah.
well, it's, yeah, it caused some problems for him. Well, first game, Freddie Setioan in just 10 minutes. Sukhant on the back foot quite a lot here.
Yeah. Freddie's very much in control of this game, and Sukhant, he's made too many errors, I think, too many mistakes on shots that he doesn't need to be making mistakes on. He's trying to play too tight occasionally. He doesn't want to give Freddie anything. I mean, I wouldn't want to give Freddie anything, but he's just not hitting the mark, really. And Freddie's just in control. And the problem is with Freddie's attack, Sukhant just doesn't want to give him that. He doesn't want to give him the opportunity to put the shuttle on the floor that he's so good at doing, and it's trying to be too tight because he has to be against Freddie.
I'd like to see a bit more intensity from Sukhant, not necessarily pace on the shuttle, but just his eagerness to return serve or that first initial movement. Freddie's very quick off 2 feet, explosive in that midcourt, but actually you get him on the long diagonals.
Yeah.
He's not quite the same player that he is just in the midcourt with the drives.
Yeah. And that's where Sukhant's had success, is been more when he's been proactive, especially off of serve, and just playing like cross nets or tight nets. He's going to win points from that. He's going to win points from making Freddie move, and exactly like you said, doing those long diagonals. He's not going to win against Freddie playing smashes and drives. He's not, because Freddie's too good, and he's too good at turning the shuttle and making something out of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sukhant just needs to use a bit of skill and hold him, and then
try and make him
get
second
him to
guess.
run. Yeah. So Setioan gets game 2 underway. 21-13 the first. Finalist last time out, Freddie Setioan, silver medal at the World Championships in Japan 22, lost out to Lucas Mazur. Mazur, as we said earlier, out of the semi-finals today.
Yep.
To Suhas Yathiraj.
That's a big win for him. I caught a glimpse of his celebration, and he was doing laps of the court, jumping over the A boards. Like, that's a huge win for him.
He's got the better of Lucas a few times in finals, but it's over the course of 2 or 3 years. A World Championship event.
Oh, good play from Freddie. Great smash from Sukant Kadam there into the body of Freddie Setioan.
Big smile on the face of Freddie. Oh.
Yeah, that was wide.
Technically brilliant. Just wide. So well balanced, Setioan.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, that's not the type of game that Kadam wants to be playing. He's playing fast and flat, and Freddie's just eating it up.
Look at that big left leg jump out. It's a difficult sport class in terms of physicality. And you consider there's amputees in here as well. And you watch somebody move so freely and so balanced as Freddie. Although there is disability there, you can see it. The range of disability from top to bottom is quite substantial.
Yeah, and it's I mean, it's the same in SL3. We were chatting about it earlier with the ranges of disabilities, and it's trying to, you know, the para badminton and the classifiers, it's trying to find the right balance and not have a sport class for every single impairment. So it's trying to find that even balance. You see the same in wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2 with athletes, especially those with trunk impairments. It's where that level is, and I know there's quite a few athletes who are right on the cusp of wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2, and I would not want to be a classifier. No. That is for sure.
Oh, he's found the line, Freddie. What a smash.
Oh, it was tight, though.
Flick serve. It looked wide to me, actually. But the line judge confirming to the umpire it was in. It was tight.
Next step for para badminton is Hawkeye, right?
That would be nice, wouldn't it? This time just wide.
The first of 3 semi-finals for Setioan, all against Indian opponents, all against different males in each event. And it's going to be good games. They're all going to be really good games. And Again, Freddie's just one of those players that's just so versatile across all 3 events and can get to finals and win finals at World Championships in all 3. He's more than capable.
Look at that backhand. Great timing.
Great choice there on that drop as well. He could have come up and hit the big smash that you'd expect from Freddie, but no, he just hit nice and controlled. Good defense. But not enough. With Kadam right at the front, just waiting for it.
He's digging deep here, Sukan Kadam. Yeah, nice idea into the net. However, Freddie Setiawan with a 3-point lead at the mid-game interval in the second. Similar to the first so far.
Yeah, I think Kadam has definitely changed his game up a little bit, I think. He's not made so many mistakes, which is why the score's a little bit closer. And you can see he's probably one of those, we were chatting about the cool calmness of the nature of the Indian players, but he's one that shows his passion, and you can tell that, you know, he's, as much as you wanted him in the start of the second game to just be a bit more proactive and show a bit more energy. He has shown that, I think, in the first half of this game. Great play by Sukan Kadam there, just taking the power that Freddie gave him on forehand, put it into his deep forehand corner. Great first point from Kadam in the second half of the second game. Oh, too good from Freddie. Again, flick serve from Kadam, and Freddie's just jumping out and hits that great attack. Kadam was ready for it this time, but couldn't get enough on it to get it past Freddie in the mid-court.
It's dangerous, isn't it? Because Freddie's got such good racket skills. You serve short to him, and he can put you under real pressure. You flick serve him, and he can jump out and reach it. That's not many SL4s can do that.
No.
Great net shot. Just soaking up the pressure, Setiawan.
Oh.
Brilliant. What a rally from Freddie Setiawan.
I thought Sukan might have had him a couple of times there, but he's just too good. He's caught the line. Great net play from both players. Good choice there from Kadam to go for the line on Freddie's backhand, and he just caught it.
You can see him bouncing as he goes to serve. He's trying to G himself up here.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, well played.
that's what he needs to be doing. He needs to be turning the shuttle and getting Freddie twisting and turning on the court. And too many times as he just whacked it back at him, basically, and Freddie can do what he wants with it, and that's what he needs to be doing. He needs to be turning the shuttle and getting him off balance.
Yeah, I'd like to see Sukat just sort of edging his bets a little bit, looking for corners. Difficult when Freddie can get on the attack like that, however.
Such a good smash. Lovely.
Whoa. Yeah. Delightful shot from Setiawan.
And effortless.
He chooses his moments, doesn't he? Because he's been using that power so much. And then this time just brushing across the shuttle, all the pace off.
He's hit it wide. Very well played there by Setiawan. He's changing up his game just a little bit. He's trying to play more angles and more corner work rather than just using his power. A good attack from Kadam. But well recovered from Setiawan. Great attack from Kadam, and just Freddie just got an answer to everything.
Yeah, publishing it.
I don't know how he managed to turn that rally around. Sukat had him scrambling.
Just shows the quality in this player. Kadam getting that towel down he'd asked for in the last point, just trying to slow the game down a little bit, give himself a little bit of a break. Oh, nice shot, good choice. Lucky to hit the tape there, but it was a good choice nonetheless.
Well, 17-14. Freddie Setiawan getting closer to joining Suhas Yathiraj from India in the men's singles final. If that is the final, if Freddie makes it.
Great return of serve.
Yeah, that was lovely from Sukat.
Freddie just stepping forward, looking for the net shot, and Sukat's held it just a little bit longer, flicked over his head. Great return. That's out.
Yeah, that final would be a repeat of the Asian Para Games final. Suhas and Freddie. Oh, it's nice.
Shot.
Good hold. Just a little double touch.
And again, that's really difficult for Sukat to quickly turn on that impaired leg.
Controlling the shuttle well, Freddie. Into the net, however.
That control at the front, though, to take the shuttle that tight, because Kadam played a really nice tight net shot, and he just, tiniest movement from his forearm and wrist, and he got the shuttle right into his deep, Kadam's deep backhand.
It's too easy.
Can do that all day, every day.
Yeah, that's where Sukant, you were talking about it earlier, that's the wrong strategy for Sukant.
Yeah.
Going hard, especially out of position and cross.
Yeah, he's just
Too easy for Freddie. Match point for a place in the final. Men's singles SL4, Freddie Setioan 2016. Sukant Kadam survives. But for how much longer? He's still scrapping, Sukant.
Sukant just needs to be careful he doesn't give Setioan any short mid-court lifts, because he's just going to destroy him. But
still match points. Sukant 3 points on the bounce. Freddie choosing a wise time.
Oh, the umpires.
To towel down, yeah, the umpire's not happy. One more point for Sukant to salvage something here. Will he flick serve? I don't think he will.
I don't think it's a good choice.
Freddie gets off the floor with that smash too quickly.
Good attack by Kadam here, really putting the pressure on. Oh, and
he's done it, Freddie. Error in front of the net, wasn't it, from Sukant? Yeah. I think he just went a bit too tight with that drop shot cross. The fight back was there, but Freddie Setioan today was brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. He's such a good player, and you know, the composure as well from him on court there. Just to be, you know, to lose a couple of points when you've got match point can rattle some players, because it's, you know, it's a lot of pressure. You got one more point and that's you World Championship final, and he just stayed really composed. And even that last rally, Kadam was all over him. And it's unfortunate that he just made that mistake on that drop shot, because he had Setioan on the back foot on the last rally there.
He did. Well, it was straight games in the end. 31 minutes. Freddie Setioan coming through against Sukant Kadam in the SL4 men's singles semi-final. 21-13, 21-19. He'll face Suhas Yathiraj in tomorrow's final, after Yathiraj took out Lucas Mazur from France earlier on today. Plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. We've got women's singles SL4 coming up next. Norway's Helle Sofia Sogoi against China's Cheng He-Feng in just a few moments. Katie, you're off to the wheelchair court, is that right?
Yes, I'm off to wheelchair.
Thank you for today. It's been a pleasure.
It has.
Enjoy a bit of a chat with Rookie.
Yep, and looking forward to some wheelchair matches, and you know, looking forward to watching the standing players at a later date.
See you again tomorrow.
See you.
Well, thanks for sticking with us here. Semi-finals Saturday at the Para Badminton World Championships 2024 here in Pattaya, Thailand. You've got your eyes right now on women's singles in the SL4 category. We just saw the men's singles semi-final in the same SL4 sport class. A second standing class in which players have lesser impairment compared to SL3, where one or both lower limbs are affecting minimal walking and running balance. Right below knee amputee Helle Sagøy from Norway, playing against Cheng Hifeng, who I think is a cerebral palsy sufferer, but it might be a different disability. I'll check, get that confirmed. Two very accomplished players in SL4. The head-to-head reads 4-love to Cheng Hifeng. 21-12, 21-8, their last meeting at the Bahrain International 2023. That was in late May last year. In fact, Helle Sagøy is yet to take a game of Cheng Hifeng, but her badminton has been improving month by month. Sagøy, number 1 in the world rankings, but she's played 8 tournaments. Cheng Hifeng played only 5 so far in this period and sits at number 5 in those rankings. It could be closer than many of their previous meetings due to the improvements of Helle Sagøy. So despite being number 5 in the rankings, Cheng Hifeng, 5 tournaments, 5 wins in that ranking period. Dubai was the last title she picked up, the Japan International last year, Asian Para Games champion, and a couple of other titles in 2023. Five titles also for Helle Sagøy, European Para Games champion, being one of those most important. She also won the Four Nations, which is essentially the British Open, last summer. Nice idea from Sagøy, a bit loose with the drop shot. Only playing singles here this week, Cheng Hifeng. Used to play in a couple of different events. Just looking down the list to find her name in the women's doubles or mixed doubles, but not to be found. Focusing on this women's singles title this week. It's a wonderful rally from Helle Sagoy. Yeah, it's a good strategy, Sagoy, taking that shuttle early, forcing He Feng on the width. This performance might be something of a surprise for Cheng Hifeng. A lot of hard work has gone into Helle's training. (11-8) at the break, 3 points. Cheng Hifeng is going to have to work hard in this semi-final. Liani Ratchioktila awaits in the final in SL4. She beat Palak Kohli from India earlier. 21-16 in the third after losing the first game. Reclassified Kohli from SU5 to SL4 within the last year or so. Lovely touch. And that's what Sagoy is going to have to continue to do. Cheng Hifeng not neutralizing well enough, allowing Sagoy to turn her cross into that open space. That's brilliant. The Norwegian with some big crowd support to our right in the stands. Flags raised, cheering her on. Yeah, superb from Cheng. A little bit more creativity needed in the defence of Sagoy sometimes. What a shot. Oh, it's gone wide. The line judge has called it wide. Norwegian fans beside us not happy. Tension building as the scoreboard gets a bit closer. It's a good fight from Sagoy back into this. Brilliant shot from Sagoy. Matched by the defense, Chen Hifeng. Oh, what a rally. Chen coming out on top. Heller had chances there. Oh, superb. Instinctive relift, Chen Hifeng. 2015 game points to the Chinese. And the variation on serve, Heller outfoxed. She's got a good chance here, Sagoy. A good start to this second game, all important. 21-15, the opener. Chen Hifeng with the advantage. Well, this final in touching distance still for Helle Sugoi. Needs to employ the right tactics. She'll obviously need to play her best. But tactically, she can find a way through this. Arguably for me, Sugoi, the faster of the two players, covers the court really well for a below knee amputee. Wonderful footwork. And a great example of it in that rally. That's not the way. Playing shots that are too close to Chen Qifeng is not the answer. Needs to get her into all four corners, find some space, particularly the long diagonals. Just long of that back line. Terrific smash winner from Sugoi. Well, it was predetermined, that cross net shot. You could see the forehand grip open up from Chen Qifeng before she played it. Telegraphed that shot, well read by Sugoi. Norwegian still very much in the hunt. Well, it's a nervous second game so far. You can see the tension on the two faces. Fully understandable, of course. A place in the SL4 women's singles final at stake. Clever from Cheng. It's gone long from Sugoi. Cheng with the touch of control, but for me, Hella has got tons of opportunities here to take out one of the best SL4 players over recent years. She's worked so hard, Sugoi. And Cheng, I think, looking a bit rattled. Despite the 4-point lead and a game up, this could get very exciting in the latter stages. 11-7 at the break. Nice building shot from Sugoi, but Cheng's defense staying solid. It's difficult to watch because Hella Sugoi's got every opportunity here to keep up with Cheng. But she'll be able to take tons of pride in how much she's developed, building and winning rallies in that way. A great example. Crucial, though, the next 2 or 3 points. Hella needs to get on a run here. She's missed the knockoff. And Cheng, just that bit more experienced, finds another way through. Eight points clear. Cheng Hifeng. That's better from Sugoi. Keeping hopes alive. She'll need her very best and a huge amount of consistency at this point to hold Cheng away from this match. 3 points is all Cheng Hifeng needs. It's another well-placed shot from Sagoy. Oh, it's clever. But it's gone long. Sagoy can't find the court. Cheng Hifeng leads 19-13, a game up. Great touch from the Chinese, taking the pace off. Hella's gone long. She's handed Cheng Hifeng match point 7. Match points, in fact. And it's looking very likely this will be a repeat of so many great finals. Cheng Hifeng's through the first time of asking 25 minutes. She's going on to face Liani Ratri Oktila from Indonesia in the final. Those two great rivals will provide another terrific final, I've no doubt. Hella should take a lot of pride and confidence in that performance. She really has showed how she's developed in recent years, and she's getting closer to these top players. The world rankings don't necessarily tell the full story, but Hella is getting close to Cheng Hifeng and Liani Oktila and establishing herself in this SL4 sport class. But today belongs to Cheng Hifeng, through to another World Championship final. We'll see her again tomorrow. More to come. Women. Thanks for being here. Semi-final Saturday in Pattaya, Thailand. The Badminton World Championships 2024. Warming up right now, Juliana Poveda Flores from Peru taking on China's Ling Shuangbao. SH6 women's singles. Players are short in stature due to a genetic condition often referred to as congenital dwarfism. We're getting set for their fourth meeting. Lin leads that head-to-head, 2-1 currently. Their last meeting, the Bahrain International, late May last year. That match was straight games. Their meeting in singles was in Thailand here. Again in the summertime, 21-17 in the third to the Peruvian. They've got history on a singles court and in mixed doubles. Flores, believe it or not, the more experienced player in terms of para-badminton. Took that 2019 World Championship title in Basel, Switzerland. But the standard, as always, improving everywhere, not least in SH6. Particularly the women's category. Li Fengmei through to the final tomorrow after beating Nithya Sumathi Sivan from India, one of the favourites for the event. Hunting that corner, Juliana. Bit of nervous tension on the face of the Peruvian right now. Lots at stake here. Oh, just wide. Nice looking shot from Lin. Well, it's the right idea. Again, execution letting her down. Flores settling 6-3. That's a superb shot. The hold from Lin. Smallest of double actions to lift up the line into the open court. Making Juliana late on the shuttle. Dangerous serve from the Chinese. Hard fought so far. They're scrapping for every point here. The standard across SH6 is improving all the time. A real strength in depth developing. Not least thanks to the inclusion in the sport's most important event, the Paralympic Games. This summer in France, we'll see women's singles SH6 as a featured event, and the SH6 mixed doubles, both absent from the Tokyo 2020 Games. Well, 2 points split them. Poveda Flores leads 11-9, but there was a comeback on there from Lin. Pan Am champion. Well, the Pan American Games, to give it its official name. Also took that Pan Am title the previous year. And a title in Brazil for Juliana Flores. Lin Shuangbo won on the road twice last year, in Bahrain and in Thailand here at the International. It's a great shot. Lovely backhand from Flores, but Lin's tight spinning net shot. The momentum with the Chinese, although the score 11-all. Seven out of the 8 last points. Well, that's 8 out of 9 now for Lin Shuangbo. Finding another great angle, Flores. Short rallies here. They're not prepared to play the long game. Looking for an early advantage in every rally, both players. Yeah, it's really well played. Good follow-up from Lin. It's a better punch clear from Flores. Still looking determined. Oh, great shots. One choice from there, Paveda Flores. And she threw that racket through the shuttle, neutralizing with that backhand. Got a bit of luck with the tape. Yeah, it's clever from Flores. She's going back into that corner, but without the quality, allowing Lin to get herself out of trouble with ease. One too many, I think, from Flores. A bit more creativity needed. 17-14. A chance to regain composure, get the breathing right. Oh, that's brilliant. Really well read from Lin Shuaibao. Taking it round the head and turning the shuttle cross. Oh, terrific rally. One of the best we've seen so far in the game. Last chance for Paveda Flores. Lose this point, she's facing down game points. It's gone wide from Flores. Lin Shuangbao with a chance, 4 chances to close out the opening game. She's found it. She loves that cross drop from round the head. Played to perfection once more. 21-16 the opening game score, 14 minutes gone. Just taking a look at the race to Paris rankings. All important right now for the Paralympic Games. Poveda Flores number 2 in that list, with Lin Shuangbao right behind her teammate. Who are 6 and 7 in the list. Only one qualifier really per country unless there's a bipartite application. If Lin Shuangbao can make this final, yeah, it's going to be tight. Li Fengmi through to the final after beating Sivan earlier. Lin would definitely need to make the final and probably win it and beat her partner to guarantee a slot in the games. The likelihood is, on the face of it right now, Li Fengmi will qualify. Oh, she's missed. Court was wide open. Well, she's wearing some emotion on the face now, Lin Shuangbao. Fighting for these points. A slightly subdued Poveda Flores. Well, it's another one that's landed in. Poor leave from Flores. 7-3 the score. Starting to dictate many of these rallies now, Lynn. Poveda needs to play the long game a little here. Use these building shots and try and get Lin Shuangbao late. She's doing a good job here. That's better, much better from the Peruvian. Six points in trail of Lin, however. Yeah, it's a slightly worried looking Poveda Flores. Punching Flores back into that round the head corner. Effective shot making. She's gone into the mid-game interval with a 7-point lead. And she might have some thoughts about what tomorrow's final might look like at this stage. The scoreline flattering Lin Shuangbao. Well, how much would the mid-game interval, the chat with the coach, begin to change the outcome out here? And can Flores continue to find a way through Lin? So far, Shuangbao's had the ability and court coverage to keep the rallies going that little bit longer and find that winning shot. Oh, it's a lovely cross net. Well, I don't think Lin can quite believe she missed. The call was wide. Clever shot. Touching distance again, just 3 points now. Patience from Lynn. Good use of the middle. I haven't seen a lot of that so far. These two have been trying to find that devastating attack early on in the rallies. Lynn in the last couple has just been more patient, putting the shuttle into spaces where Poveda Flores can't hurt her. It's a poor leave from the Peruvian. After all that hard work, back to within 2 or 3 points. She's now trails by 5 again. 6 points needed for Lynn to join her teammate in this women's singles SH6 final tomorrow. Oh, what a shot. She's got that slice from both corners. The reverse she was devastating with in the first. This forehand slice cross this time. Five points clear. 5 points to win the match. A lot of pressure on Poveda Flores. Juliana goes long again. A cry of delight from her opponent. She can see the finish line. It's going wide. Too much to ask. The court coverage from Lynn. Tremendous. What a pickup. Surely it's too much this time, though. Good clear from Juliana. Too much adrenaline, perhaps. Just squeezing a bit too tight. Out the back once more. Lin Shuangbao. 2 points needed. Juliana leaves another one to fall in. Shuangbao, 7 match points. And she's done it. Look at that, what it means to her as well. Big cry. And then she's back to focus. World Championship finalist, joining her teammate Li Fengmi in the SH6 women's singles final tomorrow. Terrific effort from the Chinese. Some disappointment, no doubts, from Peru's Juliana Flores. But right now, she leaves the court with smiles on both faces. Thank you for staying with us here. Semi-final Saturday in Pattaya, Thailand, the Para Badminton World Championships 2024. What a prospect this one is. SU5 women's singles semi-final. Players in this class have impairments to the upper limb. Could be on the playing or non-playing hand. Intriguing reading the rankings right now. Manisha Ramadas, world ranked number 1. She's played 11 tournaments. Maud Lafort, number 3 in the rankings, having played 8. In terms of the race to Paris, the Paralympic rankings, Maud Lafort's number 1. And Manisha Ramadas, number 4. Yang Shishia from China took out Catherine Rosengren earlier from Denmark in that semi-final. Straight games, 12 and 10. She waits in tomorrow's final. They're head-to-head between these two. Trying to decipher all the different matches. They played 9 times, but that includes some doubles. Maud Lafort, in terms of singles, has taken the last 4, all of which in 2023. Straight games at the Four Nations, the British Open in Sheffield last August, 21-18, 21-14. That was the semi-final. The youngster, the teenager from France, already establishing herself as a great player in SU5. Well-constructed rally from Ramadas. For all. You can see the quality of these rallies. A long way to go yet. Manisha Ramadas in 3 semi-finals today. This one in women's singles, the SL3SU5 mixed doubles with Pramod Bhagat against Setiowana Sadia from Indonesia. And Ramadas with Mandeep Kaur, we saw earlier come through in the women's doubles, and they're now going on to face Liani Oktila and Kalimeta Sadia from Indonesia. That's going to be a tough match. A lot of work for Ramadas to do in that one. Got her behind us. Cool. Ambitious from Ramadas. European Games champion back in August, Maud Lefort. Winner of 3 other titles over the course of this ranking period. Most recently, Canada, Peru and Bahrain. Just wide from Ramadas. Well, the immediate complaint, but it did look wide. So strong in the legs, Manisha Ramadas. Staying on balance throughout the rally. Level terms, 10-all. Good net exchange. Maud Lefort holding her own, but the straight smash winner from Ramadas. She goes into the break with the smallest of advantages, 11-10. Wonderful opening rally to get the game going again. It's what we like to see from Maud Lefort. Some emotion, get that French crowd going. She'll need their support. Squeezing a bit too tight. Maud Lefort. Ramadas looking so balanced, so strong in the legs. A really gritty competitor, Manisha Ramadas. And Maud hunting those lines. Just needs to relax a little into this. Has taken the last 4 victories against Ramadas, don't forget. Under some pressure here, though. Indecision on the back line from Ramadas. Maud Lefort holds within 2 points. And despite that head-to-head I was talking about, where Maud Lefort on a singles court at least has taken the last 4 against Ramadas. Ramadas does have this title to defend, as we mentioned. Biggest title of all in her para-badminton career. But she's looking towards the Paralympic Games this summer in Paris. Oh, superb from Lefort. Great technique. I love the racket carriage. Technically gifted. You can see the amount of training that's gone into Maud Lefort despite her young age. She's got her nose in front once more. Round the head, straight slice drop shot, taking all the pace off. It's been her favourite shot for the match so far, Ramadas. Not many occasions has it been the clean winner. And that's a weakness for Lafort. When she's deep in that backhand corner, she's in real trouble. Brilliant from the Indian. Lafort needs to stop this attack. That's more like it. Well, you can hear the French support in the crowd. Tried too much, Ramadas. Taking it early would have been the option. Tried to be deceptive. She's let the French woman back in. Wonderful smash. That's nice from Ramadas. It's gone wide. No complaints this time from the Indian. I think it had beaten Lafort if it had have caught the line. Don't think she was there to defend it. 2018, 2 game points for the French teenager. Oh. It's a lovely cross block from Lafort. Taking on that straight smash. She's done it all game long so far. And Ramadas is going to have to be careful. 21-19 the opener. European Games champion Maud Lafort has her nose in front. Change of ends, game 2, Maud Lefort on serve. A very even opener. There were a couple of occasions where I think Ramadas attacked, underestimated the defensive qualities of Maud Lefort. And there were a couple of moments where Lefort, I think, took her foot off the gas. And you can't allow Manisha Ramadas to play. Great backhand. Lefort goes long. We saw a few errors from each player in the first. Generally, the quality was high, consistency was good. Well, it sat on the tape and fell back excruciatingly close. Oh, she tightened up. Tension in that racket arm. She's struggling with that length at times. Can't afford to give away those cheap points to Ramadas. What a shot. Cutting it out of the air so early. Yeah, good intensity from Lefort. I didn't think she had quite enough power. With that net kill, it was more of a drive into the body, really. But it did enough damage to force a mistake from Ramadas. Great shot. Well, she's mixing up those drop shots really nicely now, Ramadas. Lefort expecting power, getting outfoxed at times. Solid in attack. It's been a good display this second game from Manisha Ramadas. And just like that wobble in the first, Lefort needs to take the initiative here, get on the attack somehow. As I said before, you cannot give this woman, Ramadas, time under the shuttle. She's got too many options. 11-6. Well, she's on the fight back, Maud Lefort. But that 5-point lead still in place. It's a great touch from Maud Lefort. That backhand defence is actually something of a weapon for the Frenchwoman. Makes it look easy, effortless, turning it cross. Oh, it's a poor decision. Well in court. Flick serve variation. Lefort's return on the backhand side somehow keeps the rally going. It's another one that's fallen in. Manisha Ramadas, 3 points to level the score. Terrific cross-slice winner. 2012, Manisha Ramadas easily finding the tactics and strategy to get past Maud Lefort in that second. The French will need to dig really deep here. Ramadas is buoyed by her performances this week. Let's not forget she's in all 3 semi-finals and does not look fatigued in the slightest. 1 game all. Well, story of the match so far, semi-finals here in the SU5 women's singles. Maud Lafort leads that head-to-head 4-0. But Manisha Ramadas, the reigning world champion, will not want to relent that title lightly. Terrific opening game, hard fought. Maud Lafort just had enough. But Ramadas was superb in the second. Creative in attack. And Maud struggled to find a way to get on the attack herself in that second game. An even start to the third. (5-4) the score. And Manisha Ramadas in all three semi-finals, mixed doubles, women's doubles and this singles. What a terrific week she's having. That's a nice smash. But she was not in quick enough. Round the head though. Cross slice winner. (8-5) on the score. Game 3. Yang Shixie from China awaits in the final tomorrow. The 2019 world champion from Basel, Switzerland. Unable to compete in Tokyo 2 years ago due to COVID. Well read by Maud Lafort. She's found a way through. Creating that opening. Tons of French support you can hear. Getting behind their young superstar, 17 years old. She's 18 in May. Already European champion. Well, there's a 4-point gap at the mid-game interval in the third. Ramadas still with the advantage. And she's going back onto the side of the court where she had tons of success in game 2, that 21-12 scoreline. Bodes well for the Indian. Would love to hear the thoughts of the French coaching staff. Sandrine and her colleague. Words of advice for Maud Lefort right now. Just half a game to make the World Championship final. Oh, she created space and found the body, Maud Lefort. Wasted that opportunity. The clear was short from Ramadas. This time Maud Lefort makes use of the space available. Needs a good start to this second half of game 3. That stop drop from round the head, Ramadas. It's been too good for Maud Lefort all day. On occasion, Maud's got it back, but it's been a winner a few times, a real weapon. Great technique from the French. She's missed the drop shot. The wheels are starting to fall off for Maud Lefort. (15-8). The head's gone. Just 17 years of age, remember. On the biggest para-badminton stage of all in her career so far. Well, the longer rallies seem to have disappeared. Both players are looking for that early advantage. A couple of mistakes creeping in. The tension of the situation. This crowd behind. Better attack from Maud. She needs the next 2 points here, Maud Lefort, at least, to give herself any chance. Ramadas too good. Indecision on the back line from Ramadas. Orthodox with that aggression. Straight smash winner. Superb, the slice drop shot. Need to see a bit more variation from Maud Lefort. She hits hard well, she defends well. She doesn't have those slices. And if she does, she doesn't use them enough. Well, I was about to say 2 points from a chance in tomorrow's final. The reigning champion, Manisha Ramadas from India, 2013, 7 match points in this semi-final. '17-year-old Maud Lefort still fighting on. Manisha asks for a shuttle change. Maud perfectly happy with it. Still match point. Drop shot hits the net, gets a bit of luck. It pops up early on the net for Ramadas. Forehand straight kill. Well, Maud Lefort was waiting for the handshake and Ramadas turned to a coach. I'm not sure that's going to go down too well. 49 minutes and 3 games, 21-14 in the third. Manisha Ramadas makes another World Championship final. This time, the 2019 champion awaits China's Yang Shishir. A tough prospect for Ramadas. A brave performance from the French woman, Maud Lefort, on the biggest stage of all herself.